The Republic of Korea will fully support your efforts for a successful summit this year. Honorable colleagues, the world today is faced with complex economic crises characterized by low growth and imbalances. And if the current disparities and imbalances were to intensify, none of us, nor would any of our neighbors, be able to guarantee their futures. In order to close the gap, address inequalities, and open the doors of opportunity so we can all walk towards a prosperous future, there are 3 solutions I'd like to share with you. First, economic fundamentals need to be strengthened for continuous growth. To venture into the future, we must allocate our resources into sectors with high growth potential, creating a virtuous cycle that generates wealth and lowers debts. And to this end, the Republic of Korea is investing in future growth sectors such as AI with the aim to increase gross production and decrease long-term debt by pursuing a performance-based fiscal policy. Developing countries, however, are weighed down by excessive debt, which limits their capability to invest in growth, ultimately weakening their potential for sustainable growth. In order to address these problems faced by developing nations, we must not halt our efforts to strengthen debt sustainability. And the President of Angola mentioned this, and I fully agree with what he said, in that the Republic of Korea will actively partake in various G-20 efforts, including the implementation of the Africa Engagement Framework.
Second, to enhance our growth potential, a predictable trade and investment environment should be created. The WTO's recovery of its functions is in the interest of all of us. The Republic of Korea will actively support the successful hosting of next year's WTO Ministerial Conference to be held in Africa. Also, Korea will make efforts to ensure that the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement, which we have led in advancing, is formally adopted at next year's WTO Ministerial Conference. Third, to drive the growth of developing countries, the effectiveness of development cooperation must be enhanced. By hosting the Busan Global Partnership Forum, Korea has been developing the ways to enhance development effectiveness. As we have led the effort to adopt the MDB Roadmap Monitoring and Reporting Framework, Korea will continue to participate in the efforts to reform multilateral development banks. Korea will continue to work closely with G-20 members to ensure more benefits are distributed to developing countries. Dear colleagues, we must unite together to move toward a sustainable future. As a member of the Group of 20, the Republic of Korea is committed to fulfilling our responsibilities and roles. By pursuing inclusive growth that enables everyone to enjoy opportunity, Korea will make our utmost efforts to minimize the number of countries that are left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now wish to call upon His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to take the floor.
Testing relay for English. Testing relay for English. Esteemed heads of state and government, esteemed delegates, I extend my warmest regards and greetings to you on behalf of myself and my country. And I would like to express my gratitude to President Ramaphosa for his warm welcome. I hope that the outcomes of our summit will have a positive impact. Rising protectionism, high global debt, rapidly aging populations, competitive pressures, and geopolitical tension.
Küresel büyüme görünümünü zayıflatıyor. Bu nedenle G20'nin sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı destekleyen ve kapsayıcılığı güçlendiren bir anlayışla işbirliğini daha da derinleştirmesi gerekiyor. 2030 sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin esasını oluşturan kimseyi geride bırakmama taahhüdümüze rağmen bugün dünya genelinde her 10 kişiden biri hala aşırı yoksullukla mücadele ediyor. 2024 yılında %9 azalan toplam küresel kalkınma yardımlarının 2025'te %17'lere varan düşüşleri görmesi bekleniyor. Bu durum maalesef Afrika kıtası için çok büyük kayıplara işaret ediyor. Komşusu açken tok yatmayan bir anlayışın temsilcisi olarak üzerimize düşen sorumluluğu her türlü menfi koşula rağmen yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Resmi kalkınma yardımlarımızı 2023'te 6,8 milyar dolar seviyesinden 2024 yılında 7,4 milyar dolara çıkarttık. Ancak bu yardımlarla hedeflenen menzile ulaşmak imkansızdır. Özellikle en az gelişmiş ülkelerde yerel kaynakların harekete geçirilmesi suretiyle sürdürülebilir kalkınma için finansman modelleri geliştirilmesi önemsiyoruz. Bakınız, karşı karşıya olduğumuz sınamalar sadece en az gelişmiş ülkeleri değil, tüm ekonomileri etkisi altına almıştır. Küresel finans krizi öncesinde ticaret küresel büyümenin en güçlü motoruyken kriz sonrası dönemde tablo köklü biçimde değişmiştir. 1987-2007 döneminde dünya ticareti yıllık ortalama %7 oranında artarken 2008-2024 döneminde %3'lere gerilemiş, küresel büyümeye katkısı belirgin şekilde zayıflamıştır. Bugün küresel ticaretin yeniden canlanması için daha köklü bir uluslararası işbirliğine, yeni politika araçlarına ve sürdürülebilir tedarik zincirlerine ihtiyaç duyuyoruz. Uluslararası ticaret kurallarının kalkınmayı destekleyecek biçimde güçlendirilmesini ve bilhassa Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün özel ve lehte muamele ilkesine bağlılığımızın teyit edilmesini mühim görüyorum. Kıymetli katılımcılar, bugün dünya genelinde toplam borçluluk oranı küresel hasılanın %324'üne ulaşmış durumda. Türkiye'de ise bu oran %89 seviyesinde seyrediyor. Bu görece düşük borçluluk düzeyi bize hem yapısal dönüşümü hızlandırmak hem de yatırımlar için ilave kaynak ayırmak için önemli bir mali alan sağlıyor. Ancak ne yazık ki düşük gelirli ekonomilerin çoğu bu imkana sahip değil. Bu ülkeler yüksek finansman maliyetleriyle daralan mali alan arasında adeta sıkışmış durumdalar. Birleşmiş Milletler'in 2025 borç raporuna göre 3,4 milyar insanın yaşadığı ülkelerde faiz ödemeleri, sağlık ve eğitim harcamalarını aşmış vaziyette. Bilhassa düşük gelirli ülkeler için borç yeniden yapılandırma süreçlerinde adil ve eşit muameleye dayalı bir yaklaşımın benimsenmesini destekliyoruz. Türkiye olarak G20 ortak çerçevesi kapsamında katkı sunduğumuz Gana ve Ethiopia'nın borçlarının yeniden yapılandırılması sürecinde alınan mesafeyi memnuniyetle karşılıyoruz. Bu örnekten hareketle kimsenin geride bırakılmadığı, daha kapsayıcı bir küresel ekonomi inşasında tüm G20'yi daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenmeye davet ediyorum. Sizleri sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Thank you, President Erdogan. I wish to apologize that there was a system failure, particularly with Channel 11. We are now going to get a direct translation from the interpreter. Seemingly, there was a failure in synchronizing the speech with the translation. So we will allow the interpreter to interpret what President Erdogan was saying. Please go ahead.
Distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you. And I would like to extend my gratitude to President Ramaphosa for his kind hospitality, and we hope that the outcomes of this summit will bring positive results. I also would like to wish success to the United States of America, which will assume the G20 presidency next year. With issues such as rising protectionism, elevated debt levels, a rapidly aging population, and intensifying competition, in addition to geopolitical tensions, all of these issues are creating a major weight on global growth outlook. And therefore, in this vein, the G20 must further deepen cooperation with an approach that supports sustainable development and contributes to enhancing inclusivity. Despite our commitment to leave no one behind, which forms the core of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, today, 1 out of 10 people worldwide faces extreme poverty. Official development assistance in global level, which declined by 9% in 2024, is expected to fall by as much as 17% in 2025. Unfortunately, this situation points to substantial losses for the African continent. As Turkey, we continue to fulfill our responsibilities despite all these negative circumstances. We increased our official development assistance from $6.8 billion in 2023 to $7.4 billion in the year 2024. However, it is impossible to achieve development targets solely over ODAs. We attach particular importance to developing financing models for sustainable development through mobilizing domestic resources, especially in the least developed countries. And let us be clear, current challenges affect all economies across the globe. Trade used to be the strongest engine of global growth prior to the global financial crisis. However, the situation has fundamentally changed in the post-crisis period. Between 1987 and 2007, world trade expanded at an average annual rate of 7%. However, during 2008 and 2024, this slowed to around 3%, significantly weakening its contribution to global growth. Today, reviving global trade requires deeper international cooperation, new policy tools, and sustainable supply chains. Strengthening international trade rules in a manner that supports development, and in particular to reaffirm our commitment to the World Trade Organization's principle of special and differential treatment, is very crucial. Excellencies, the total debt to GDP ratio now stands at 324%. In Turkey, however, this ratio is at 89%. This relatively low level of debt provides us a valuable fiscal space to accelerate structural transformation and also allocate additional resources for investment. Unfortunately, most low-income countries do not have this advantage. These countries find themselves squeezed between elevated financing costs and severely constrained fiscal space. According to the United Nations 2025 A World of Debt report, in the countries home to 3.4 billion people, interest payments now exceed total spending on health and education. We support applying fair and equal treatment in debt restructuring processes, particularly for low-income countries. As Turkey, we welcome the progress made in the debt restructuring of Ghana and Ethiopia, to which we have contributed under the G20 Common Framework. Drawing on this experience, we call on all G20 members to assume greater responsibility in constructing a more inclusive global economy where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Erdogan. We apologize for the failure of the system there. I now have the opportunity to call upon His Excellency Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, President Ramaphosa, let me start by thanking you for hosting us here, the first G20 on African soil, which is a proud moment for South Africa, but one that, in my view, is long overdue. So let's make this summit count. It's striking, listening to the contributions, that across our different corners of the globe, we're all concerned to achieve the same thing for our citizens: good jobs, lower bills, higher growth, better living standards. And that is what my government is focused on. And we want to work with our partners around the table to make that happen. But there's no doubt the road ahead is tough. This is a moment of mounting competition and crises around the world. And that, I think, has been mentioned by pretty well every contribution so far. Fragility in the Middle East, rising threats of authoritarianism and fragmentation, as well as Russia's ongoing unjustified war in Ukraine. The shockwaves of that invasion are still reverberating through global markets today. It has hit growth, driven up food and energy prices, and deepened persistent imbalances and instability across the world. With all that in mind, and echoing what others have said, the role of the G20 is critical at this moment. Growth must be a mission for us all to embrace, as the means to improve lives, to fund public services, and to keep our people secure. The G20 has worked together before to fix fundamental problems in the global economy. We need to find ways to play a constructive role again today in the face of the world challenges. And I'd like to see us come together around a 5-point plan for growth that leaves no one behind. First, we do need to tackle global imbalances, like excessive surpluses and deficits, which can disrupt trade flows, sever supply chains, and choke off growth. For deficit countries, that means acting to stop unsustainable borrowing and prioritize the investment and structural reforms that drive up growth. For surplus countries, it means taking action to reduce subsidies and other trade distortions, as well as measures to boost domestic consumption. Second, we should promote open and balanced trade, taking steps to liberalize trade where we can, with new agreements that lower tariffs and barriers and return to the stability and certainty that business needs. This is a real priority for my government, and I'm proud of the agreements we've reached and the progress that we've made with partners like India and the EU, benefiting our economies and creating new opportunities for our people. Third, in an era of instability, we need to make our economies more resilient. In the UK, this means an unshakable commitment to fiscal discipline. And it means investing in growth in critical areas like clean energy production. We want to work with partners around the world on this to protect us all from future energy shocks. And we want to act together to secure vital supply chains, including for critical minerals. Fourth, we need to reform the international rules-based system so that it is fit for the modern world. We need to work together to ensure organisations like the WTO are more able to be agile with new rules to meet modern challenges like environmental and digital trade, and better and more flexible decision-making processes so that those who want to make progress can get on and do it. Finally, we do need to work together to tackle the unique challenges facing emerging economies, especially in Africa, whether it's the growing debt burden or the financing gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. This G20 is the moment to respond to these structural challenges and to deliver more stable and resilient finance. We're working on that through the London Coalition on Sustainable Debt. We need to go further under the G20 Common Framework to make debt restructuring better, faster, and easier. And we need to crowd in more private capital. We're working with the industry to break down regulatory barriers in the United Kingdom, and we want to see multilateral development banks take more risk and partner more with the private sector in new, innovative ways to mobilise finance. AJ and I have been discussing this in some detail, and I think we agree there's huge potential for this to go further. For the good of all our people, it is time to make it happen. So let me thank you once again, President Ramaphosa, for your presidency of this G20. I wish the US the best of luck next year in 2026, and I look forward to taking forward the agenda during our presidency in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sama. I now have the opportunity to call upon the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Mr. Gibrian Rakabamung Raka, to take the floor.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, leaders of G20 countries, let me begin by conveying warm greetings from President Prabowo to President Ramaphosa. Also deep appreciation to the government of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement. We commend South Africa's leadership in steering the G20 through a challenging year. This is a historic G20 summit, the first being held on African soil. This milestone marks a profound shift where the Global South is no longer a bystander, but a co-driver of Global South. Excellencies, Indonesia believes that global growth must not only be strong, but also fair and inclusive to uplift each and every nation. Indonesia welcomes the G20's focus on sustainable finance, yet ambition must go further to close gaps and to pursue adaptation, mitigation, and transition that is just and fair. The world needs financing that is more accessible, predictable, and equal, especially for developing nations, through debt relief, innovative financing, blended finance, and green transition mechanism. Indonesia allocates more than half of our national climate budget, around $2.5 billion annually, to support green MSMEs, agricultural insurance, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Indonesia also promotes financial inclusion. Our national CRIS digital payment system demonstrates how a simple and a low-cost digital solution can push participation in the economy and minimize inequality. Emerging technologies such as crypto asset, digital tokens, including Bitcoin, may create both opportunities and risks. Therefore, Indonesia proposes that the G-20 initiate dialogue on intelligence economy. Indonesia believes that every country is entitled to chart its own development path because there is no single model that fits all. There is no such thing called the best method. Cooperation must empower, not dictate. Cooperation must uplift, not create dependency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now would like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Ms. Pablo Quirno Magrey. Oh, Mr. Thank you. Is it switching on? No? Looks like somebody wants to silence you.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I would like to express our gratitude to the government of South Africa and President Ramaphosa for the generous hospitality extended to us by your country during this year. Your presidency has invited us to reflect through the lenses of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Allow me to outline our perspective on these pillars. We believe that the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability can only be achieved with an international system grounded in freedom, clear rules, and responsible economic governance. Economic growth remains the foundation for job creation, investment, and resilience in our economies. Such growth depends on policies that promote stability, innovation, and private sector development within a predictable framework grounded in the rule of law and a market-based economy, as highlighted in the G20's foundational declarations. Argentina has learned firsthand that long-term growth is only possible when supported by sound public finances. Fiscal imbalances contribute to inflationary pressures, limit investment, and erode economic confidence. Addressing these imbalances through responsible fiscal management and expenditure control is critical. In this context, solidarity can only be effective when growth rests on a stable macroeconomic environment, a legal order that protects private property, and clear rules that expand opportunities for private sector development and all individuals in our society. Associated with this is equality of opportunity, which is both achievable and desirable when grounded in the principle of equality under the law. Achieving this requires structural reforms that foster solid institutional and regulatory frameworks, laying the groundwork for markets to function efficiently, attract investments, encourage job creation, and boost productivity. Equally important is creating opportunities through education, which serves as a powerful equalizing tool and equips individuals with the skills needed to fully benefit from these economic reforms. Technology is a strong ally in this effort. We must maximize the opportunities it provides while mitigating its risks. This includes fostering digital transformation and ensuring that job creation aligns with the needs of the future economy based on the upskilling and reskilling of labor. It is therefore necessary to design policies that facilitate investment by establishing conditions for the development of a market policy, vocational training, and education for work that facilitates growth, the creation of wealth, and quality jobs, accompanied by labor flexibility policies. Development policies must be directed toward creating an environment that encourages private investment by reducing risks and taxes, protecting individual property rights, ensuring predictability, and enabling all people to pursue the success of their ventures based on merit, effort, vision, and innovation. When the foundations of growth are respected, solidarity and equality of opportunity become achievable and sustainable over time. Distinguished Chair, esteemed leaders, finally, I wish to draw to your attention to the draft document circulated yesterday. As we all recognize, this G20 represents an important opportunity to demonstrate our collective commitment to the development of the African continent and its people. Argentina has sought to contribute meaningfully and constructively to the consensus-building process. We have shared the red lines we identified in this context, aiming to support the G20's broader goals. Those red lines remain until this time. We all know that the G20 is a premier global forum for coordinating economic actions. Its core principle is consensus, which reflects a reality that all of us must work together to accomplish our shared objectives, ensuring financial stability, fostering economic growth, and strengthening collective development. For Argentina, it is crucial to preserve the integrity of this process by acknowledging when consensus has not been achieved, rather than proceeding with a document that does not accurately reflect our collective will. Moreover, we're deeply concerned with how certain geopolitical issues are framed in the document. Specifically, it addresses the long-standing Middle East conflict in a manner that fails to capture its full complexity. By focusing on a single dimension of a specific territory, it overlooks the broader regional context, the international recognition of different entities, and the structural causes of the dispute. In this regard, I wish to recall the recent adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2803 on November 17th, which emphasizes the international community's support for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, while calling for a comprehensive, fair process to address all aspects of the conflict. In closing, Argentina, although cannot endorse the declaration based on the aforementioned discrepancies, remains fully committed to the spirit of cooperation that has defined the G20 since its inception. We're convinced that only through genuine dialogue, respect for consensus, and adherence to the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law can this forum continue to keep working constructively with all members and partners, with a shared aim on strengthening global stability, promoting sustained growth, and advancing development in a manner that is inclusive, balanced, and respectful of our diversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We note with deep respect the views expressed by Argentina. We will recall that in our last G20 summit in Brazil, Argentina was given the opportunity, following the various discussions that led to the consensus and agreement on the declaration. It was given the opportunity to voice its misgivings about certain parts of the declaration as it was adopted. And similarly, we have given Argentina the same opportunity, that they should, in their presentation, be able to raise issues that they are concerned about. We should take courage in knowing that that does not, in the end, mean that the declaration is nullified or rejected. It is a declaration that has been adopted by all of us here present. And so we want to thank Argentina for expressing the views that they have expressed, and many of the views are really views that are common or commonly held by many in terms of the adherence to rule of law and supporting the resolutions of the United Nations. So we thank you, Minister, for putting Argentina's position forward, and we will, with great respect, move ahead with a declared, with the accepted declaration as the G20. Thank you very much. We then move on and ask His Excellency Mr. Edgar Amador Zamora, Minister of Finance and Public Credit of the United Mexican States. Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished leaders of the G20 and invited countries, heads of international organizations. On behalf of the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, I wish to extend our sincere congratulations to President Cyril Ramaphosa and to the South Africa team for an outstanding leadership of the G20 this year. and for convening the historic Leaders Summit, the first ever held in African soil. Mexico is a country deeply involved in the promotion of peace as a basis for justice, fair trade, social equity, gender equality, cooperation for development, and respect for human rights. Economic welfare and cooperation for development are shared responsibility among nations. In a world defined by interdependence, no country can isolate itself or prosper at the expense of others. Choosing cooperation is, in essence, choosing a common future grounded in justice. The expansion of trade can drive employment, raise incomes, and reduce poverty, all core dimensions of sustainable development. Moreover, international trade fosters the global adoption of green technologies, serving as a powerful mechanism to accelerate the transition toward low-carbon, resource-efficient economies. However, the expansion of global trade also brings complexities. While it has fueled global economic growth, its benefits remain unevenly distributed. It promotes the exchange of knowledge and culture, yet disparities persist in labor protection and social inclusion, particularly for women and underserved communities. Environmentally, trade can advance green standards and technologies, but it also contributes to emissions, overexploitation of resources, and biodiversity loss. The question, therefore, is how to ensure that global trade benefits are shared equitably and if directly contributes to sustainable development and shared prosperity. The multilateral trading system recognizes that when trade is fair, transparent, and properly regulated, is a key driver of development and a tool for lifting millions out of poverty. Trade must serve people, generating well-paid jobs, fair wages, and opportunities that foster social inclusion. In the economic sphere, Mexico promotes a strategy of shared prosperity that places workers at the center of decision-making processes, recognizing that decent work is the foundation of a better quality of life. In this sustainability dimension, our priority is to prevent, reduce, and reverse environmental degradation while fostering a circular economy. Our national energy policy advances renewable sources and accelerates the transition toward cleaner production and consumption patterns, while ensuring equitable access to water as a fundamental human right. Through the Plan Mexico, we are empowering MSMEs by integrating them into national and global value chains, facilitating access to credit, digital tools, and capacity building program is essential for equitable growth and innovation. At the same time, we are investing in human capital, aligning education and training systems with the skills needed for the green and digital transitions. Environmental sustainability lies at the heart of Mexico's industrial and trade policy. We promote investment that meets standards on water reuse, clean energy, and solid waste management, with encouraging community-centered business practices. Environmental responsibility and resource efficiency are not obstacles to competitiveness. They are its foundation. Moreover, ensuring debt sustainability, particularly in less developed countries and vulnerable economies in Africa and Latin America, will strengthen those nations and create a more resilient and sustainable international financial system, where the benefits of trade and cooperation can reach all populations. Mexico has supported instruments for debt treatment such as the Common Framework and the G-20 Ministerial Declaration of Debt Sustainability. We have also developed a sustainable debt management strategy by using debt instruments under favorable conditions, including local currency and fixed interest rate bonds. Through sound public budget management, Mexico has increased investment in social protection and education above 6% and 4% in real annual terms, respectively. Thus, we advocate for international debt frameworks that enables this development-oriented approach, preserving fiscal space for health, education, and sustainable infrastructure. The G20 must lead by example in implementing the Sevilla commitment, strengthening the common framework, and expanding it to include middle-income and climate-vulnerable countries is both a moral and economic necessity. The G20, the United Nations, and international financial institutions must act in coherence. Mexico calls for an advancement of its synergies between the Sevilla Action Platform, the Pact for the Future, and G20 financial track. Finally, Mexico believes that the strength of the G20 lies not only in its economic power, but in its collective moral responsibility. Let us lead with courage and conviction to make trade fair, debt sustainable, and development truly inclusive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, Minister. I now have the privilege to call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, to take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني أن أشارك في قمة هذا العام في مدينة جوهانسبرغ تحت شعار التضامن والمساواة والاستدامة. ويسرني أن أستهل كلمتي بنقل تحيات خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو العهد حفظهم الله وتمنياتهما الصادقة بنجاح مساعي رئاسة جنوب أفريقيا التي تستضيف أعمال مجموعة العشرين ولأول مرة في القارة الأفريقية، ومساعي الدول الأعضاء بتعزيز التعاون الاقتصادي وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة على الصعيد العالمي. الحضور الكرام، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية دعمها الكامل للجهود الرامية إلى إصلاح منظمة التجارة العالمية وتعزيز نظام تجاري متعدد الأطراف عادل وشفاف يمكن كافة الدول من الانخراط بفاعلية في الاقتصاد العالمي ويحقق العدالة بين الدول الأعضاء. وترى المملكة أن التجارة الدولية ليست مجرد أداة للنمو الاقتصادي، بل هي ركيزة أساسية لتحقيق التنمية الشاملة ووسيلة لتعزيز الاستقرار الاقتصادي العالمي وضمان استفادة الجميع من منافع النظام التجاري الدولي بشكل متوازن. وفي هذا السياق وانسجاما مع مستهدفات رؤية السعودية 2030 تستمر المملكة بتطوير الأطر التنفيذية التي تشجع الاستثمار المسؤول في مختلف القطاعات بما في ذلك السياحة والتكنولوجيا والبنية التحتية المستدامة وتعزيز التصنيع المستدام من خلال تسخير الموارد المحلية وتعزيز فعاليتها وجذب الاستثمارات النوعية المتوافقة مع الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. كما تؤكد المملكة على أهمية موائمة جهود مجموعة العشرين مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة للعام 2030 لضمان تحقيق نمو اقتصادي شامل ومتوازن يعزز رفاه الشعوب ويحافظ على الموارد للأجيال القادمة. وترى المملكة أن التحديات العالمية بما في ذلك أعباء الديون على بعض الدول وأمن الغذاء والطاقة والتغيير المناخي والتحول الرقمي تتطلب تنسيقا مستمر واتباع نهج متكامل يوازن بين التنمية الاقتصادية وحماية البيئة والاستقرار المالي. وفي هذا الإطار تشدد المملكة على ضرورة الحد من التدفقات المالية الغير مشروعة وتعزيز قدرة الدول على تسخير مواردها المحلية بكفاءة باعتبارها من العوامل الأساسية لتحقيق الاستقرار الاقتصادي وتمويل برامج التنمية المستدامة. كما تدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي لتبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات في هذا المجال بما يسهم في بناء أنظمة مالية أكثر شفافية ومرونة. الحضور الكرام، لقد أثبتت السنوات الأخيرة أن التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا لا تعترف بالحدود وأن معالجتها تتطلب تضامنا دوليا صادقا وتعاونا متعدد الأطراف يقوم على المسؤولية المشتركة. فالعالم اليوم يواجه مستويات متزايدة من عدم المساواة واضطرابات اقتصادية عالمية تركت آثارها العميقة على حياة الملايين وأدت إلى التصاعد في حدة التوترات الإقليمية والدولية. هذه جميعها قضايا تهدد استقرار النظام الدولي برمته وتعرقل مسيرة التنمية المستدامة. وبالرغم من تلك التحديات وحالة عدم اليقين التي يشهدها الاقتصاد العالمي، فإن المملكة ماضية في العمل على بناء اقتصاد عالمي أكثر تكاملاً واستدامة من خلال شراكاتها الفاعلة على المستوى الدولي بما يضمن مستقبلاً مزدهراً وآمناً للأجيال القادمة. في الختام، تؤكد المملكة على أهمية دور دول مجموعة العشرين المشترك في قيادة الجهود الدولية لتعزيز التنسيق بين السياسات الاقتصادية العالمية والنمو المتوازن وتمكين الاستثمارات المستدامة وتطوير سياسات صناعية واقتصادية تدعم الاستقرار والازدهار للجميع وتساهم في حماية الدول الأكثر هشاشة من تداعيات الأزمات المالية والاقتصادية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I now call upon, in the segment of members of the G20, the last speaker before we go to guest countries. I now call us upon the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of the Russian Federation, Mr. Maxim Oreshkin.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. The international economic order is definitely in crisis, and it is no longer matching new and emerging realities. This crisis is three-dimensional: the crisis of globalization and openness, the crisis of global economic institutions, and the crisis of economic development models. These days, global economy is facing a severe fragmentation. Advanced economies continue to engage in illegitimate unilateral actions, including sanctions, trade barriers, technological and educational restrictions, as well as seizure of sovereign assets. These methods of unfair competition destabilize the global economic architecture, disrupt supply chains, discourage long-term investments, hold back the global growth, and undermine progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we are here in Africa, a region that urgently needs strong economic growth to meet the needs of its fast-growing population. We should talk today about access of Africa and the Global South to new technologies, healthcare, education, and most importantly, financing. We're concerned that financial flows to developing countries are simply not enough. Even the official development assistance came to a steep decline in 2024 of 7.1%. and is projected to fall further. While Africa is in dire need of capital inflow, total net borrowings by G7 governments, according to the IMF data, will reach almost $3 trillion this year. By the way, it equals to total GDP of the whole African continent. Mounting sovereign debt of several G7 countries pushes them to the verge of fiscal collapse. Artificially inflated financial bubbles may trigger a knockdown to the global economy. If we look at the international financial institutions, they are currently deviating from development finance to military expenditures. Thus, financing goes back to the Western economies, and in many cases through the corruption schemes in Ukraine. The World Bank, for example, has provided Ukraine with more aid in 3 years than to all African countries combined. Moreover, African economies face biased rejections and complicated procedures of funding from the World Bank and the IMF. Definitely, all these institutions should be reformed to benefit the Global South. Dear colleagues, global economy and its growth structure has already changed. BRICS and countries of the Global South now form the dominant driver of global growth. We have the talent, the resources, the technology, and the capacity to drive growth and improve the lives of our people. Unlike in previous decades, the Global South economies are ready this time to move forward with their own platform for economic growth, based on their own solutions. In technology and education, in trade and connectivity, in finance and investments. The rise of this emerging platform of growth becomes more evident with each passing year. The fact that growth in the 21st century will come mainly from the Global South is indisputable. We call the G20 to get back to the fundamentals of sustainable development. It means poverty reduction, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. This should be based on sound economic development, which includes fighting protectionist and illegitimate unilateral measures, including sanctions, tariffs, technological and educational restrictions. To fulfill this mandate, the G20 should stay a multilateral platform for coordinated action acting in solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Russia is ready to play an important role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. That concludes for us the segment of the members of the G20 speeches. We now move on to section B, which is guest countries, who will, as we have to conserve time, be limited to 3 minutes each. And I do hope that we are able to keep to that to the extent that we can. I now call upon His Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, let me begin by extending my appreciation to President Cyril Ramaphosa for his extraordinary leadership. I also would like to acknowledge Johannesburg, a city of opportunity and progress. Excellencies, it is with humility and hope that I address you on African soil at this historic G20 summit. Humility because Ethiopia's journey is still unfolding. Hope because our story, like that of many nations here, shows that transformation is possible even in difficult circumstances. Ethiopia is a land of ancient civilization, defined by resilience and prospects still being written. Our homeland has sheltered faiths. Our people have built lasting societies. From this legacy comes Maddamar, a philosophy of unity in diversity, of synergetic collaboration that multiplies potential and of progress shared by all. Guided by this spirit, Ethiopia is moving toward inclusive growth. Our cities are becoming hubs of innovation. Industrial parks reshape economies. Farmers use tools their parents could never imagine. Young entrepreneurs and building businesses that were impossible to dream of a generation ago. For too long, countries like ours have been labeled fragile or poor. Yet our story is a quiet revolution of bold actions rewriting what is possible. Because growth is the achievement of people who refuse to be left behind. In Ethiopia, we have learned that inclusivity is not charity, it is efficiency. When every farmer, entrepreneur, and innovator shares in progress, the economy becomes self-sustaining. Our journey has been tested by drought, conflict, and global shocks. Yet from those tests emerges transformative renewal. We are investing in renewable energy that powers both homes and hope, digital infrastructures that connect citizens, and green agriculture turning smallholder farmers into climate champions. Excellencies, we're not here to speak of despair. We're here to speak of possibility and of shared responsibility. In that spirit, let me highlight 3 priorities. First, debt. Ethiopia has engaged actively with the G20 common framework to unlock resources. Debt relief must translate into investments that empower people and secure the future, including educated children, modern hospitals, and resilient infrastructure. Second, climate. Through our Green Legacy Initiative, Ethiopians have planted over 48 billion seedlings, restoring soils, watersheds, and hope ecological restoration must become the new global investment landscapes, supported by debt for climate swaps and green value chains that reward nature and communities. Third, energy and digital transformation. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam symbolizes Africa's renewable ambition. We are expanding into solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear power, and we envision an Africa energy network that drives industrialization while achieving net zero emissions. Through Digital Ethiopia, we have liberalized telecom expanded broadband, and advanced digital finance, by 2030, we aim to complete our national digital public infrastructure, integrating IDs, payments, and data platforms to serve citizens. For Ethiopia, artificial intelligence is a tool for inclusion, helping predict droughts, diagnose diseases, and support local language, ensuring technology works for all. Excellencies, Ethiopia's journey mirrors that of many emerging economies. Our success offers lessons, our challenges offer insights. Inclusivity and sustainable growth is both a practical and a moral imperative for our continent. It requires humility to reconsider what we treasure and courage to redefine what we value. I propose that the G20 adopt a new lens, measures resilience as growth. Let us count not only GDP, but the capacity of societies to withstand and adapt, because that ultimately is what sustains development. Ethiopia stands ready, rooted in Madamar, to contribute to this shared global journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Ahmed Ali. I now have the privilege to call upon His Excellency Mr. Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and the President of the Economic Community of Central African States, to address us. Okay, there seems to be a problem there which they will fix in a little while. I will come back to President Basogo. I now want to move on to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb.
Thank you very much, Cyril, and thank you for the invitation. You know that Finns are famous for two things. One, they speak very shortly, and two, they love rules. And I hope I will stick to both. It's a great privilege to be here for the first time representing Finland. We've never been at a G20 meeting before, and we really appreciate the invitation. Jonas Störe and I both come from Nordic countries, and we once calculated that the Nordics would be G10. So perhaps I'll speak in that spirit. Cyril, for me, this meeting is very much a symbol of multilateralism. And what you are trying to do here is to bring a group of key countries together that have both demography and economy on their side. And you are doing it at a time when there clearly is a change in the world order, where I believe personally that the nexus of power is moving eastbound and southbound. And now I think all of us pretty much have a choice, and the choice is between multilateralism, which you are representing, and multipolarity. And these two things are very different. For me, multilateralism is about cooperation, it's about rules, it's about norms, and it's about institutions. I like these rules because they are the ones that bring exactly the thing that you have up there on the board: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. My big worry right now is that the world is moving more in a multipolar direction. And multipolarity, though it gives power to nation states as such, is problematic because it's more transactional. It's more about deals, and therefore it's more prone to conflict. There have been many excellent interventions here today about rules on trade, rules on the way in which we engage with each other. My biggest worry right now is that we are not seeing enough multilateralism in three key conflicts that have been raging around the world. One, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Two, the situation in Gaza. And three, the situation in Sudan. So I hope that we lean towards multilateralism. And let me say, coming from a small country, what I believe the West should do in this. I think the West should understand that the multilateral institutions that were created after World War II and that were upheld after the Cold War, the power structure of them is right now unfair. It needs to be changed. We need to distribute power in a world that exists today, not the world that existed in 1945. That is the best way for us to drive multilateralism and get it back on track. Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you very much, President Stubb. You were just so precise, Alexandra. That's the Nordic spirit, I take it. We now go back to His Excellency President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, President of the Equatorial Guinea. We apologize for your mic having not worked as it should have, but please go ahead.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefe de Delegaciones, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores. Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de la Comunidad Económica de los Estados de África Central.
There is still a problem for President Basogo. My apologies again, President. The technicians told me that they had fixed it, but it seems like they still need to do a little bit more work. And with that in mind, I will move on, and we will give you double the time. I will move on to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ireland, Mr. Michael Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, President Ramaphosa, and congratulations to you and to South Africa on your G20 presidency, the first on African soil. And your drive and commitment to using this important forum to tackle very important issues is deeply appreciated, and Ireland has been very honoured and privileged to have been in the position to work with you across all work streams over the past 12 months. Our world is ever more interconnected and interdependent, and working collaboratively is the best way we can serve our people. Our long-standing commitment to international law, multilateralism, and active engagement in international fora motivates us to advocate for an inclusive international system that leaves no one behind. And in that context, there is an urgent need to end war and conflict. War and conflict damages and undermines economy and economic growth. And in that context, there must be renewed efforts to end the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the war that has ensued, and also the horrors of Gaza and the appalling situation in Sudan. We must work very hard to end these wars in addition to the many other conflicts. Ireland advocates for economic growth to be inclusive, to be resilient, and to be environmentally sustainable. And our focus has always been on investment in human capital in terms of education and training as the key underpinning of economic growth into the future. Economic growth has to contribute to equality, to poverty reduction, and must align with international commitments on climate change and environmental protection. Ireland welcomes the G20 efforts that support inclusive growth on the African continent and beyond, seeing this as an endorsement of the Agenda 2030 commitment to reach the furthest behind first. Women's economic empowerment is crucially important as a direct pathway towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. Ireland values policy interventions that support investment in local and regional value chains, which support quality jobs creation, raise living standards, and enhance resilience. Digital inclusion is a key enabler of a growing economy, and we're supportive of work to develop a fair and inclusive digital economy with effective rules for digital trade. Trade and investment need to create opportunities for those considered the furthest behind, particularly women and marginalised groups. And Ireland, along with the European Union, is committed to an open and rules-based multilateral trading system with a modernised WTO at its core. The rules and the standards that the WTO provides are crucial for all of us who depend on global trade and allow all trading nations to benefit. The stability and the predictability provided by the rules-based multilateral trading system is key in supporting sustainable development. It does have to, however, be modernised and must also address the impact of the increasing use of trade-distorting industrial policies. Growing debt servicing costs, as has been said, translates into reduction in many countries' expenditure on the core areas of health and education and social protection, again impacting their ability to reach the furthest behind first. Ireland supports the outcome of the Financing for Development Conference, the Seville Commitment, and we are supportive of the institutions and initiatives that assist countries with debt issues. And these include the G20, which has developed and is overseeing the implementation of the Common Framework for Debt Treatments, the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, and the Paris Club. And we continue to call, where appropriate, for reform and improvements of these institutions and initiatives. These priorities have guided our active engagement in the G20 this year, and we support South Africa in this endeavour. Thank you very much indeed, President.
Thank you. Thank you, Taoiseach. I now would like to go back to His Excellency, President Ngwema Basoko. He will have been given a roving mic so that he can make his input. The fixed microphone does not seem to be working as well as it should. Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefe de Delegaciones, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores. Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de la Comunidad Económica de los Estados de África Central. Permítanme expresar mi agradecimiento a la República de Sudáfrica por su liderazgo y por el tema elegido para su presidencia del G20, a saber, solidaridad, igualdad y sostenibilidad. Esta cumbre de Johannesburgo tiene lugar en un momento en que la arquitectura de la economía mundial aumenta las desigualdades en lugar de reducirlas entre las naciones. Durante décadas, nuestros pueblos han soportado los costos de un sistema desproporcionalmente a unos pocos y castiga a los más vulnerables. Sin embargo, nuestra región de África Central también ofrece soluciones globales. A modo de ejemplo, la cuenca de Congo constituye la segunda mayor masa forestal tropical del planeta y uno de los últimos grandes sumideros de carbono. El Golfo de Guinea garantiza la seguridad de rutas marítimas vitales. Nuestros suelos y minerales críticos desempeñan un papel clave en la transición energética y nuestra juventud representa un motor de innovación, siempre y cuando logremos liberar todo su potencial. Nos reunimos hoy en el G20, un foro que pretende ser el espacio donde las economías más influyentes del planeta dialogan sobre el futuro global. Sin embargo, permítanme recordar que ese futuro no puede constituirse ignorando las voces del sur global, ni repitiendo las fórmulas que han perpetuado las desigualdades entre las naciones. Para que el crecimiento económico sea inclusivo y sostenible y que no deje nadie atrás en nuestra comunidad, quisiera ofrecer a esta cumbre unas soluciones que pueden ayudar para los más necesitados. Primero, hacer que la arquitectura financiera mundial sea más justo. Esto significa facilitar el acceso al capital para las economías en desarrollo, establecer un marco de solución de la deuda, reformar los bancos multilaterales del desarrollo y promover la justicia fiscal. La CAC apoya la propuesta de Sudáfrica de crear una comisión sobre el costo del capital del G20, con el fin de diagnosticar y corregir las deficiencias estructurales en la evaluación y fijación de riesgo soberano. Segundo, transformar los minerales críticos en prosperidad compartida mediante la creación de valor en origen. Esto implica claramente desarrollar cadenas de valor locales, establecer normas que generen oportunidades, dividendos comunitarios y que garanticen la integridad ambiental, así como el vínculo entre lo humanitario, el desarrollo y la paz. La transición energética no debe reproducir los antiguos modelos extractivos. Tercero, garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional mediante inversiones desde la producción hasta la distribución. La CAC necesita socios para apoyar la agricultura climáticamente inteligente, el sistema de riesgo y la producción regional de fertilizantes para reducir la dependencia de las importaciones y la volatilidad de los precios, invertir en el almacenamiento de cadenas de frío y servicios de asesoría digital dirigidos a los pequeños productores, sobre todo las mujeres y los jóvenes. Asimismo, abogamos por la creación de una reserva alimentaria general y de un sistema de alerta temprana. Solicitamos el apoyo financiero del G20 para promover una seguridad alimentaria basada en la cadena de valor para ser autosuficientes. Cuarto, reconocer y recompensar los bienes públicos mundiales, en particular la cuenca del Congo, cuyas selvas absorben miles de millones de toneladas de carbono y protegen los regímenes de lluvias más allá de nuestra región. En efecto, proponemos la creación de una ventana de financiamiento específica basada en los resultados complementarios al Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños. Invitamos al G20 a contribuir en la creación de mecanismos automáticos de desembolso rápido para la reconstrucción post-desastre. Quinto y último, poner al ser humano en el centro de la transición digital y de la inteligencia artificial. Esto debería impulsarnos a la inversión en infraestructuras digitales, públicas y en la innovación inclusiva. Proponemos, por tanto, establecer un mecanismo de G20 para ampliar el acceso a la conectividad y a los conjuntos de datos abiertos para la inteligencia artificial de interés público, priorizando las lenguas y los contextos del sur global. Sobre todo, estos 5 imperativos se encuentran en una agenda transversal para medir y combatir la desigualdad entre la base de hechos y no de mitos. La CAC respalda la creación de un panel internacional sobre las desigualdades, a fin de seguir las tendencias, evaluar las causas y medir el impacto de las políticas. El mundo reclama una gobernanza más justa y es nuestra responsabilidad ofrecer una respuesta que conduzca a un futuro más próspero para todos los pueblos del planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President Basago. I now would like to call upon the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, thank you for the kind invitation to participate in this important meeting. Please accept our commendations on South Africa's presidency. Excellencies, Jamaica supports the global agenda to make economic growth not only strong and sustainable, but also inclusive and resilient. Jamaica's story is one of social partnership and sacrifice. We transformed our economy after decades of instability through disciplined macro-fiscal reforms anchored in responsible debt management, institutional strengthening, and targeted pro-growth initiatives. We reduced our debt, lowered poverty and unemployment, contained inflation, stabilized foreign exchange, and built robust reserves. Now, our focus is on translating the dividends of sacrifice into investments in our people. Getting the policy mix right is both an economic and moral imperative. Yet, one external shock can undo years of progress. Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm, has devastated 7 parishes. Its impact will negatively affect our debt trajectory, and the road ahead will be challenging. This is our reality today. but it is also the recurring story of vulnerability told by small island developing states in CARICOM and indeed across the world. Global partnership will be essential to our recovery. The G20 commitment in 2021 to recycle SDR allocations led to the creation of the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust. This facility provides developing countries with relatively low-cost financing and longer maturities. We urge the G20 to preserve and strengthen this mechanism. We also call for innovative, flexible financing solutions, such as thematic bonds for climate adaptation and blended finance structures to support resilient infrastructure designed to meet the unique needs of climate-vulnerable economies. Jamaica further calls on the G20 to advance a rules-based, equitable, global trading framework that enhances predictability, flexibility, and resilience for small economies. This should include expanding access to targeted financing and risk insurance instruments tailored to the needs of SIDS, supporting technological upgrading and productive capacity enhancement, integrating multidimensional vulnerability indices into eligibility and financing terms across IFIs and climate funds, so countries can invest in resilience without compromising fiscal stability. Establishing a loss and damage financing window with clear rules-based triggers for timely and predictable support. Advancing a global skills and trade compact for SIDS to strengthen human capital, competitiveness, and inclusive growth. Excellencies, through these actions, the G20 can ensure that global trade and financial systems become more than engines of growth. They can become forces for shared prosperity, resilience, and sustainability, leaving no nation behind.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and we should collectively pass our condolences to you and the people of the Caribbean for the devastation that we all witnessed as you faced a huge calamity. We thank you for your steadfastness, and we thank you, and please pass on our greetings to the people of the Caribbean. We now call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, Mr. Anwar bin Ibrahim.
I thank President Cyril Ramaphosa for his leadership and for South Africa for inviting Malaysia and as ASEAN chair to this summit. We meet in a country and continent that has endured the most dehumanizing aspect of apartheid and colonization. The expectations from countries in the South is for G20 to pursue an agenda that is just and fair, to be unequivocal on our resolve to end the atrocities and colonization in Gaza, and the civil strife in the Sudan, and achieve an amicable resolution to the war in Ukraine. Malaysia has worked with our Asian neighbors in particular to manage political conflicts, tariff shocks, supply chain pressures, and rapid technological change. We have found that when policies are aligned and rules are predictable, shocks pass through with less damage. The lesson is clear. Resilience comes from common preparedness, not isolation. This lesson matters because the next disruption will likely to be harder to burden. Artificial intelligence will recognize labor markets at a pace our institutions will struggle to match. Without early investment in transitions, workers, especially the young and women, will face these shifts alone. We have seen the consequences before when societies were unprepared for globalization. Poor governance, grinding poverty, endemic corruption, resulting in stagnant wages, eroding trust, and the rise of politics that feed on grievance. With AI, destabilization becomes a real risk if countries enter this transition unprepared. This will be one of the defining challenges of our times. Now, countries, of course, must equip their people, especially the young, for the speed of technological change. Opportunities for trading and credible safety nets are essential. Small and medium-sized firms, which carry much of the employment burden, will need support. Global resilience cannot be built on fiscal exhaustion. Many developing economies now spend more on servicing debt than on education and investment. Countries need the capacity to invest ahead of disruption, not after. Multilateral development banks must be ready to deploy more quickly and work closely with countries to support the investments and build resilience. We are ready to work with all partners to meet this common challenge and to help sustain an open, predictable global economy that gives our people a fair chance to thrive. Thank you again.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It now gives me pleasure to ask His Excellency Dr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Castijon, the President of the Government of Spain, to take the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor, President Ramaphosa, my dear friend, and allow me to congratulate you for the adoption of the declaration. We meet at a moment of deep uncertainty for the global economy, for sustainable development, and for multilateralism. Earlier this week, a Spanish think tank reported that more than 22 million people could die all over the world by 2030 due to cuts in official development assistance. Those figures are truly horrifying and only one example of the tragic, real-world consequences of the trends we are witnessing. Yet, as we have also seen this year, when we choose cooperation over fragmentation, progress is possible. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Spain was a powerful reminder of that. Their countries endorsed the Compromiso de Sevilla and launched the Seville Platform for Action with more than 100 concrete initiatives to implement our joint commitments. Not just words and wishes, but tangible actions that will make a real difference on the ground. Among them, there are 3 initiatives led by Spain that respond to one of the great challenges of our time: debt sustainability. They are the Global Hub for Debt Swaps, the Debt Post-Close Alliance, and the Sevilla Forum on Debt. These are 3 very pragmatic tools born out of real-world constraints that can really help rebuild trust in international cooperation and solve the burden of debt in developing countries. But financing alone is not enough. Trade disruptions, fragmentation of supply chains, and rising protectionism are eroding the foundation of global growth, and they need to be urgently tackled. Let me be clear, tariffs are not a weapon, they are a barrier. Yes, industrial overcapacity and unfair competitions are real challenges, both for advanced and developing countries, but responding to them with tariffs leads only to collective defeat. This is why it is more urgent than ever to strengthen the multilateral trading system, restore the central role of the World Trade Organization, and update it for the world we live in. Inequality must also be at the center of our agenda. The Stiglitz report, commissioned under South Africa's G20 presidency, has delivered a stark warning. We face an inequality emergency just as severe and systemic as the climate emergency. Extreme concentration of wealth undermines growth, corrodes democratic institutions, and fuels polarization. Addressing this requires fair international taxation. The progress the G20 has achieved on global tax reform cannot be allowed to unravel. We need tax rules fit for the 21st century. Colleagues, allow me to finish with a reminder. Inclusive and sustainable development is impossible without peace. We must stand by the principles of the UN Charter, everyone, everywhere, at all times, be it in Ukraine or in Palestine. This means defending sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and ensuring strict compliance with international humanitarian law. Without peace, without respect for multilateral rules, our efforts on trade, development, and inequality won't succeed. Spain remains committed to working with all of you to ensure that the G20 strengthens cooperation, protects the most vulnerable, and leaves no one behind. And I thank you.
Thank you, my good friend, President Sanchez. I now call upon Her Excellency Dr. Nedumbu Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Namibia thank and congratulate Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa for bringing G20 to Africa, placing Africa's concern in the agenda of the summit, and for the kind invitation extended to my country. Guided by the African Union Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, the importance of addressing development priority from the African perspective cannot be overemphasized. Developing countries find themselves on debt trap as a result of capital high cost for developing countries based on the perceived risk that does not reflect the reality on the ground. In the face of unfair financing terms, recently Namibia honored its international obligation by redeeming its 750 million euro bond on time, signifying strong fiscal responsibilities. However, we are considered by decision makers as a risk country. We need a fair international financial institutions. Being the most meaningful way, we can place people at the heart of sustainable development. Our focus on advancing the transformation of global governance must be underpinned by the common understanding that only an inclusive and representative international system will have the capacity to respond to the present-day challenges. If our financial architecture is not fit for the purpose, we will continue to see the pressure of a looming global debt crisis that intensified imbalance between developed and developing countries. We are not seeking for free money. We want a fair and equal financing opportunities. For Namibia to grow and industrialize our economy, Namibia is welcoming investors to invest on value addition at source for our natural resources, including critical minerals, to yield a broad-based benefit for all our people. To leave no one behind, countries must mobilize adequate resources for development, apply responsible debt management, and safeguard resources for essential social and economic programs such as education, health, and infrastructures. Namibia urges the G20 leaders to strengthen debt treatment framework by providing consensual financing to countries that demonstrate commitment to sound debt management and to be innovative in strengthening others. As we strive towards reducing inequality within and among countries, fair taxation, financial inclusion, and social protection are essential tools. In Namibia, social protection coverage has expanded with old age grants reaching 98% of eligible citizens, and children grants stand at 66% of vulnerable children. These measures ensure that vulnerable groups that include people living with disability are supported in the path to prosperity. It also allows women and youth to play their role in development. As I conclude, I can say let us reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive and sustainable economic growth guided by the SDGs by focusing on 3 pillars. 1, strengthen trade-drive economies. 2, securing financial for development, while responsible managing debts and reducing inequality through inclusive policies. And all these are talking to the theme of this conference, which we really very much welcome, namely solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, President Nandinda Itwa, President of the Republic of Namibia. I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Dick Schoof, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Minister of Finance, I will speak on behalf of the Netherlands. And I think it's important to emphasize this since I still have to fly back home with my Prime Minister. First of all, let me say how much I appreciate your hosting this first G20 African, on the African continent. We know what a challenge it is to organize a major international conference, and this summit reflects the growing importance of your country and Africa as a whole on the global stage. And I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that you have been a fantastic host, so thank you for that. In the run-up to this summit, the Netherlands was pleased to work with you on key themes of your presidency: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And as the world's 18th largest economy, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to be part of the G20 again this year. I would like to make some brief remarks on 3 topics that all feed into one another: economic growth, debt sustainability, and private capital mobilization. First, it's clear that we need economic growth in order to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. However, the most straightforward and direct way to unlock economic growth is to immediately end Russia's unjust and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Not only is it causing unbearable human suffering, it also continues to have significant negative global economic spillover effects. And it's the real reason scarce resources have to be invested in Ukraine. Only a just and lasting peace can put an end to all this and can guarantee the security of Ukraine and Europe. Second, on debt sustainability, it's a fact that high debt levels stand in the way of growth. Every dollar spent on interest cannot be spent on investing in a stronger economy. So that's why the Netherlands strongly supports the G20's work on debt sustainability. Specifically, we think it's important to continue working on transparency, because that transparency can help boost investors' confidence in borrowing countries, which in turn will stimulate financing for development. And third, we know there are insufficient public funds to tackle the enormous needs of developing countries. So therefore, we need private capital mobilization as well. So I applaud the finance track for the excellent job it has done this year, mapping out new ways to unlock institutional capital for investment in emerging markets. And this includes innovative approaches in the Netherlands to mobilize pension fund capital. It is important that the G20 continues this path. So my appeal, Mr. Chair, is for more international economic cooperation, more transparency, and more private funding, especially when they benefit the world's most vulnerable people. And we realize it's easier said than done. But if the G20 continues to show leadership in this endeavor, I assure you the Dutch government and the Dutch investors stand ready to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. And now I would like to call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Mr. Jonas Støre, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm his Chief of Staff and will speak on his behalf. Dear President Ramaphosa, it has been a privilege for Norway to be an invited country during South Africa's G20 presidency. And it's also an honor to attend this first G20 summit here in Africa, under the able leadership of you, President Ramaphosa. I commend South Africa for placing a special emphasis on the issue of inequality. And I thank Professor Stiglitz for providing important input to our discussion, including the crucial observation that inequality is not a given. Inequality is the result of policy choices. As such, it can be fought, including with a progressive taxation system, an effective welfare system covering everyone, and not least, measures that ensure equal opportunities for women and men. Norway invests in equality because it's the best antidote to exclusion, to resettlement, to conflict, and democratic backsliding. And we invest in equality because it improves the lives of our citizens and makes our economy stronger. Let me give an example from my country. Research shows that increase in women's participation in the workforce from the 1970s and onwards has mattered just as much to our economy as our revenues from oil and gas. Rising inequality is a global challenge. It is a factor in almost any issue we are dealing with, from war and climate change to poverty and health. Inequality hampers development. Therefore, we fully support the objectives outlined for the International Panel on Inequality. And we support the central message in the report. Reducing inequality requires more international cooperation. And let me point out 3 priorities. Number 1, we must implement the Compromiso de Sevilla. The comprehensive framework was agreed at the 4th Financing for Development Conference. It provides a roadmap to address many of the issues also raised in the report by Professor Stiglitz. Secondly, we have to make progress on the WTO reform. Rule-based trades is crucial for economic growth and development. Multilateralism matters. It's on us to make sure that the next year's WTO ministerial meeting delivers and that Director General Ngozi has the backing she needs. Third, we should continue to strengthen multilateral development banks. Going forward, they will be the main source of development finance. The G20 plays a special role in making sure that they are fit for the task. Excellencies, Norway is a long-standing friend of Africa. We support the development aspirations of the people of this continent as spelled out by Travel Manual in his presentation. I'm therefore pleased to announce that Norway intends to contribute approximately $300 million to the African Development Fund replenishment for the period 2026 to 2028. I also urge others to present generous pledges to this very important fund. These are very critical times, as many of you here has mentioned, especially the situation in Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. We support peace in Ukraine, and no one wants peace more than the Ukrainians themselves. We welcome efforts for peace, but for peace to ensure, it must be just and must be rooted in international law, respect the basic tenets of the UN Charter, and provide for the future security of Ukraine and for the rest of Europe. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for the contribution. We always are grateful for contributions that are made for the development of our continent. So please pass on our gratitude. We now go ahead and call His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar. Okay, it does seem like the Sheikh should be in a bilateral somewhere. We will come back to him. I now move on to ask His Excellency, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by congratulating our host for being a great host, especially for the warmth and hospitality that he has extended to us. I now bring you warm greetings from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The region is currently celebrating its golden anniversary in recognition of various achievements, but also reflecting on the future of the community. We gather here to make important decisions on trade, finance for development, and the existential debt burden. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, trade is not just about goods crossing borders, but about creating opportunities in Africa for over 1.4 billion people and providing opportunities to create employment and wealth. In Africa, we are committed to boosting intra-African trade through effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a system that empowers small businesses, connects landlocked communities, and unlocks regional value chains. However, we cannot do it alone. We call on G-20 to, 1, reform global trade rules to ensure fair access for African exports. 2, invest in trade facilitation, digital corridors, and green logistics. 3, support the full implementation of FTAs, such as the AFCFTA, especially for the effective participation of women and youth entrepreneurs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, development finance must move from charity to strategy. Africa does not lack ambition, but affordable capital. The cost of borrowing for many of our countries is up to 8 times higher for advanced countries. We urge G20 to, 1, scale up concessional finance and blended instruments for climate resilience, digital infrastructure, and urban transformation. 2, empower national and subnational institutions with direct access to global capital markets. 3, champion innovative tools like diaspora bonds, carbon credit, and SDG-linked instruments that reflect Africa's realities. Scale up climate finance commitments. Africa contributes, as we all know, less than 4% to global emissions, yet bears the highest climate cost. G20 must support the realization of the 100 billion climate finance pledge and accelerate access to loss and damage fund. To advance global peace and security, the G20 must lead the effort to redress the issues of increasing global poverty, economic inequality, and justice, which feeds global security challenges. G20 must work to evolve a more peaceful world in which prosperity and advancement for all is a global goal. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today over 20 African countries face high risk of debt distress, not necessarily due to reckless borrowing, but because we borrow in a structurally unjust system. The cost of borrowing and servicing for many African countries is prohibitively high, thereby diverting funds from crucial sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure, as has been alluded to by many already. The G20's common framework must evolve. We need, one, timely, transparent, and equitable debt restructuring across all creditor classes, intercreditor burden sharing and binding timelines, access to concessional finance and capital on fairer terms, a new debt climate development compact that links relief to resilience, addressing issues like illicit financial flows, profit shifting, and marginalization in global value chains is crucial for long-term solutions. We offer the following recommendations. We propose the establishment of a task force on trade and finance for structural transformation. 2, we call on multilateral development banks to create dedicated credit lines for regional and urban development. We urge the summit to adopt a multi-pronged approach on fiscal space, financial innovation, and institutional capacity as the foundation of a new global economic architecture. And finally, we call for a recommitment to the multilateral trading system that we are used to. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mahadabio. Your Excellencies, I'd like to announce that we will be taking a family photo in about half an hour and 30 minutes. When we have finished the guest country speakers list, which we will finish shortly. Thereafter, we will take a family photo and stretch our legs before we come to listen to the inputs from international organizations. I now call upon His Excellency, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Singapore, Mr. Lawrence Wong, to take the floor.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. Excellencies, I start by thanking President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the excellent arrangements and for inviting Singapore to this historic G20 summit, the first time on African soil. The agenda today is on growth, and growth can only be sustained in a stable global environment. For decades, the rules-based multilateral system anchored by the WTO provided this stability. But the system is now under severe strain. One reason is that the system has been optimized for efficiency in a different era, and it has not caught up with the realities of today's world, realities like digital trade, as well as the fact that interdependencies are increasingly being seen as vulnerabilities and are open to being weaponized or used as leverage in moments of dispute. Understandably, countries are taking actions to protect themselves and to prioritize resilience and security. Yet, if every nation goes its own way, the global system will unravel even more quickly. And when that happens, everyone will be worse off. And the heaviest burden will fall on the developing nations. So we do need to reform and update the global system to ensure it addresses the strategic realities of our time. First, we must recommit to the core foundations which remain relevant today, and that means upholding international law and the norms and practices that guide state behavior. That is critical to continued peace and stability in the world. Second, we must reform the current system, be it the WTO or other global institutions. We cannot be paralyzed by old ways of doing things. We all have to get behind the urgent reforms that are needed in the WTO so that it becomes more effective and outcome-oriented. We should complement the WTO with flexible multilateral approaches, and that's why Singapore supports minilaterals and plurilaterals, which can serve as important pathfinders towards updating global rules. Third, we should build new partnerships, and as several colleagues have talked about just now, we are making progress with partnerships and dialogues between the CPTPP and ASEAN, as well as the CPTPP and the EU. In fact, 2 days ago, ministers came together and had a very productive trade and investment dialogue covering issues like trade and investment facilitation, digital trade, and supply chain resilience. In the same regard, we should look at ways in which we can bring the free trade areas and the free trade blocks in Africa closer with Southeast Asia and ASEAN. Recently, Singapore also joined with other countries like New Zealand, Switzerland, and the UAE to launch a new framework called the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership that brings together small and medium-sized economies to keep up the momentum of trade liberalization. All of these efforts can form the foundations of a more resilient and secure multilateral trading system. To be clear, building a new global economic architecture will require significant effort and considerable political will. Multiple efforts are already underway, as I described just now. The G-20 can and should play a key leadership role in coordinating these efforts. And Singapore stands ready to do our part and work with all members towards this objective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister Wong. I now move on and request His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Mr. Pham Minh Chinh, to take the floor.
Thưa Ngài Ramaphosa, thưa các nhà lãnh đạo và quý vị đại biểu, tôi xin chúc mừng Ngài Tổng thống và Chính phủ Nam Phi đã đảm nhận vai trò Chủ tịch G20 năm 2015 và đánh giá cao chủ đề đoàn kết, bình đẳng, phát triển bền vững. Thế giới đang trải qua những thay đổi sâu sắc mang tính thời đại, nhiều vấn đề chưa có tiền lệ mang tính toàn dân, toàn diện và toàn cầu. Trong bối cảnh đó, quản trị toàn cầu cần hướng tới mục tiêu trọng tâm là duy trì hòa bình, ổn định và phát triển bao trùm toàn diện. Nguyên tắc quan trọng nhất là tôn trọng, bình đẳng, cùng có lợi dựa trên luật lệ và thông lệ quốc tế. Đoàn kết, hợp tác, đối thoại nhằm tạo ra sức mạnh, đem lại lợi ích, củng cố niềm tin. Cách tiếp cận xuyên suốt là toàn dân, toàn diện, toàn cầu, đặt con người ở vị trí trung tâm. Với phương châm đoàn kết để có sức mạnh, hợp tác để có lợi ích, đối thoại để có lòng tin, Tôi xin đề xuất G20 thúc đẩy 3 cái đảm bảo chiến lược sau đây. Một là đảm bảo ổn định để phát triển trong quan hệ quốc tế, chính trị, thế giới và kinh tế vĩ mô toàn cầu. G20 cần đi đầu xây dựng cơ chế, tăng cường đoàn kết, hợp tác quốc tế, tôn trọng lẫn nhau, tìm giải pháp phù hợp giải quyết các xung đột, tạo môi trường thuận lợi cho phát triển, phối hợp chính sách để ngăn ngừa rủi ro hệ thống, ứng phó khủng hoảng, hạn chế rào cản thương mại, giảm thiểu phân mảnh, chuỗi cung ứng, thúc đẩy các sáng kiến, chuyển đổi nợ, đảm bảo ổn định vĩ mô toàn cầu. Hai là đảm bảo hệ thống thương mại đa phương dựa trên luật lệ với trung tâm là WTO, hệ thống tài chính toàn cầu cân bằng, minh bạch, cởi mở, quyền tiếp cận bình đẳng về khoa học, công nghệ và tài chính cho phát triển. Tôi đề nghị G20 tăng cường hợp tác, đấu tranh không chính trị hóa khoa học và thương mại, hỗ trợ các nước đang phát triển bằng cách chính sách thương mại công bằng, hài hòa lợi ích, phát triển hệ thống tài chính hiệu quả và nâng cao năng lực chuyển đổi số, đáp ứng tốt hơn yêu cầu phát triển nhanh và bền vững của các quốc gia, thúc đẩy cải tổ toàn diện WTO để hoạt động tích cực, hiệu quả hơn. Ba là đảm bảo quản trị toàn cầu linh hoạt, hiệu quả, tạo nên hệ sinh thái cho phát triển mạnh mẽ trong kỷ nguyên chuyển đổi số, chuyển đổi xanh. Tôi mong G20 cùng các cơ chế đa phương tăng cường đối thoại, xây dựng khuôn khổ quản trị toàn cầu, hài hòa giữa kinh tế, xã hội và môi trường, giữa hiện tại và tương lai, công bằng, cân bằng lợi ích giữa các nền kinh tế với nhau, thúc đẩy hợp tác về trí tuệ nhân tạo, biến đổi khí hậu, phòng chống thiên tai, dịch bệnh. Thưa quý vị, cố Tổng thống Nelson Mandela từng nói, chừng nào nghèo đói, bất công và bất bình đẳng vẫn còn tồn tại trên thế giới, không ai trong chúng ta có thể thực sự nghỉ ngơi. Việt Nam sẵn sàng hợp tác tích cực, bình đẳng, cùng có lợi với các nước G20 và cộng đồng quốc tế vì một thế giới hòa bình, văn minh, thịnh vượng, phát triển bền vững và bao trùm, không để ai bị bỏ lại phía sau, để mọi người dân đều được hưởng từ thành quả của phát triển và hội nhập quốc tế sâu rộng, thực chất và hiệu quả. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Sifi Grieb, Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, to take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا. اسمحوا لي أولا أن أنقل إليكم تحيات رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون الذي شرفني بإلقاء الكلمة التي يوجهها لهذه القمة. هذا نصها. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، يسعدني بداية أن أعرب عن خالص شكري لفخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة لبلدي للمشاركة في هذه القمة الهامة التي نفخر بانعقادها لأول مرة في أرض إفريقية، مشيدا عاليا بالأولويات والمواضيع المقترحة خلال جلساتها، بما يعكس إدراكا ووعيا كبيرين بحجم التحديات المعقدة التي تواجه عالمنا اليوم على الصعيدين السياسي الاقتصادي، وتؤثر أيما تأثير على التجانس العالمي إن لم يتم التكفل بها بشكل جدي جماعي وسريع. السيد الرئيس، فيما يخص الأولويات المطروحة على طاولة اجتماعنا هذا، اسمحوا لي بالتطرق إلى النقاط التالية. أولاً، تجدد الجزائر الدعوة إلى معالجة عاجلة لمسألة ثقل المديونية وخدماتها على الدول النامية والأكثر فقراً من خلال مقاربة تتضمن مسح جانب منها أو تحويلها إلى استثمارات مباشرة ومجدية في هذه الدول، مع مراعاة ضرورة تصحيح التعقيدات التقنية لمسألة تقييم المخاطر من خلال إصلاحات عميقة تسمح بإيجاد مخرج للدول التي تئن تحت وطأة الديون السيادية. ثانياً، تضم الجزائر صوتها إلى أصوات الدول الداعية إلى إصلاح المنظمات المالية الدولية ضمن مقاربة حوكمة اقتصادية ومالية راشدة من خلال مراجعة آليات اتخاذ القرار بشكل يضمن تمثيلاً عادلاً ومنصفاً وشفافاً للدول النامية والقارة الإفريقية في هيئات تسيير هذه المؤسسات. ثالثاً، إن الجزائر التي ما فتئت ترافع من أجل تعبئة التمويلات الدولية وحشد الموارد لدعم الجهود العالمية لتمكين الدول النامية والدول الأكثر فقراً من وسائل وتكنولوجيات الانتقال نحو استعمال الطاقة الخضراء، تدعو من هذا المنبر إلى تجسيد شراكات ثنائية ودولية في هذا المجال. رابعاً، تؤيد الجزائر جميع المبادرات الرامية إلى الرفع من حجم التمويلات المخصصة للوقاية من المخاطر الكبرى والاستجابة السريعة للكوارث، وتدعو إلى حث المؤسسات المالية والبنوك الدولية للتفكير في آلية تمويل تفعل في حال ما إذا طلبت إحدى البلدان المتضررة ذلك. السيد الرئيس، لقد شهد العالم قرابة عامين متتاليين الجرائم الشنعاء التي ارتكبت في حق الشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل، وعاين حجم الدمار الذي خلفته هذه الحرب الهمجية، الأمر الذي يدفعنا للإعراب عن أملنا في أن تبادر دول مجموعة ال20 بإطلاق تعبئة عامة قصد بناء غد أفضل للشعب الفلسطيني، مؤكداً التزام بلادي بإعلان انضمامها إلى كل خطوة قد تتخذها بهذا الصدد. أشكركم على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you. There was no real instantaneous translation to that input. Could the translation people look into it? But we now move on. Can it be done now? Yes, let it be done.
Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to convey to you the greetings of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, who entrusted me with delivering his address to this summit as follows. Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa,
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Dr. Mustafa Medboli, to take the floor.
His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of the States and Government, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you today on behalf of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at the G20 Summit. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the sisterly Republic of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent organization of the first summit on African soil, and to express Egypt's deep appreciation to the South African G20 presidency for its kind invitation to participate as a guest in the G20 meetings this year. We also commend South Africa's leadership in steering the group's work and in advancing Africa's priorities. In a world faced by unprecedented global challenges, the G20 has a critical role in addressing the main global economic challenges, including the reform of the international financial architecture to ensure that it is responsive to the developmental needs of developing countries. This includes enhancing access to concessional finance through establishing new financial mechanisms, while strengthening the effectiveness of existing ones, improving the business models and financing capabilities of the IFIs and the MDBs, and ensuring stronger representation of developing countries in the global economic governance. It is also imperative to reform the complicated global debt landscape by establishing new mechanisms for managing debt in a comprehensive and sustainable manner in low-income and middle-income countries. We also aspire to reinvigorate the global commitment of multilateralism, including the rule-based multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core, to promote trade as an engine of sustainable development and inclusive growth. Excellencies, peace and development are strongly interlinked. The Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit that ended the war in Gaza paved the way for a more stable, peaceful, and prosperous Middle East. We welcome the adoption of the Security Council resolution on Gaza Strip on November 17th, and we stress the urgent need to start the implementation of the second phase of President Trump's plan to deal with the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza through providing the necessary humanitarian assistance and to embark on the early recovery and reconstruction of the Strip without delay, while working at the same time on a final settlement of the Palestinian question based on the two-state solution. Egypt will host an international conference on the early recovery and reconstruction in Gaza, and I invite your countries to participate in it. In conclusion, I look forward to achieving constructive outcomes out of this summit to fulfill the aspiration of our peoples for a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now would like to request the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Kashim Shettima, to take the floor and address us.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, let me at the outset express appreciation to His Excellency President Matameta Cyril Ramaphosa for the warm reception in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. May I further use this opportunity to congratulate him on the successes of the South Africa G20 presidency, including his purposeful leadership in steering the affairs of the group in a number of processes and negotiations which will culminate in a leader's declaration. Nigeria, as one of the invited guest countries of this year's G20 summit, commends the concerted efforts of the group in mobilizing action towards accelerated attainment of inclusive sustainable growth, where financing for development is guaranteed and no one or country is left behind. The theme of the session 1 of the Leaders Summit, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, leaving no one behind, building our economies, the role of trade, financing for development, and the debt burden is apt and speaks to the challenges of developing countries. The current multilateral framework do not adequately reflect the realities of today's world. Many developing nations continue to face systematic barriers to economic growth, trade, and financial inclusivity. For trade to be truly inclusive, the G20 must take bold steps towards reforming the international financial architecture and global institutions. Only a more equitable and effective system can fairly manage global financial flows, address recurring debt crises, and respond to the needs of all nations, especially those in the global south. Africa cannot realize the positive paradigm shift we seek in its development trajectory without a collective resolve of the G20. Together, we must confront the persistent regional challenges before us, most notably the urgent need for sustainable financing to ensure effective implementation of our developmental priorities. Across many regions, rising debt burdens continue to constrain economic progress and transform local challenges into global vulnerabilities. Ensuring debt sustainability while responsibly leveraging critical minerals for inclusive and enduring development must remain central priorities for the G20. The G20 must, in the adoption of the Leaders' Declaration, take very seriously the need to advance policies that drive sustainable growth, promote financial inclusion, and tackle emerging risk. This includes support for indigenous production, export from Africa, and mechanism to enhance significant increase in FDI flows to the African region. Nigeria has in recent times demonstrated its readiness for both foreign direct and portfolio investments. This progress is driven in part by the fiscal policies introduced by the present administration, all aimed at enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. We are committed to establishing 1,000 active businesses in each ward in Nigeria, with a clear objective of stimulating our local economy through grassroots empowerment, skills acquisition, and job creation. We commend the efforts of the World Trade Organization and its leadership for providing technical assistance to boost fair trade, including through the Women Exporters in the Digital Economy Fund launched in 2024. This initiative has provided grants and technical support to women entrepreneurs and strengthened their digital capabilities and access to global markets. Mr. President, as I conclude, I reaffirm Nigeria's unalloyed commitment to the G20. Let us continue to work side by side, shaping an economic future that uplifts every nation and leaves no one or country behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now ask His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Constantino Chiwenga, to take the floor.
Your Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Zimbabwe joins others to thank the presidents of South Africa's G20 chair. Excellencies, Zimbabwe appreciates the opportunity to engage with the G20 as we collectively chart a trajectory towards inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Over the past few years, our global economies have faced multiple shocks and geopolitical tensions that have disrupted global supply chains. Our shared vision should therefore be one of building resilient and innovative economies that deliver prosperity for all. In Zimbabwe, our national strategy is firmly aligned with the 2030 Agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Our focus is on 1, value addition industrialization by moving up global value chain, and 2, human capital development by creating decent jobs, empowering youth and women, strengthening and formalizing SMEs as essential drivers for inclusive growth, and 3, structural reforms by enhancing the ease of doing business, including the use of artificial intelligence, strengthening governance and improving transparency across value chains. And 4, climate resilience, accelerating investments in renewable energy, decarbonization, climate adaptation, and water security to safeguard our development trajectory from systematic shocks. Excellencies, the G20 must reinforce a fair and transparent multilateral trading system under the World Trade Organization. Equally, critical is addressing the major challenge of assessing affordable and sustainable finance. We welcome efforts to reform the international financial system and propose recapitalization of multilateral development banks to expand concessional and climate finance. 2, promotion of innovative financing through active re-promotion of mechanisms such as the green bonds, blended finance, and diaspora investments. And 3, curbing illicit flows and by strengthening efforts against illicit financial flows, tax evasion, and profit shifting to enhance domestic resource mobilization in developing countries. The growing debt burden continues to constrain development. Many nations are forced to choose between servicing debt and funding essential social services. We urgently need a comprehensive and equitable debt resolution approach. We encourage innovative solutions such as debt for climate, debt for development swaps. These measures are crucial to restoring debt sustainability while supporting long-term growth and resilience. Furthermore, the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatments requires significant strengthening. In view of this, Zimbabwe seeks inclusion and active participation in an improved G20 Common Framework for the debt treatment process. We are ready to engage constructively to that end. The journey for inclusive and sustainable growth demands political will and an unwavering commitment to equitable development. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to building a stronger, fairer, greener, and more humane global economy that truly leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Chiwenga. I now have my last 2 speakers before we take a leg stretch break in order to go and take the family picture. Soon we will be able to stretch our legs. I now ask His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. Please take your floor.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس. فخامة سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا الصديقة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكريم، يسعدني في البداية أن أنقل إليكم تحيات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وتمنياته بالنجاح أعمال قمة مجموعة العشرين. وتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة لدولة الإمارات للمشاركة في أعمال مجموعة العشرين لهذا العام، وأعرب كذلك عن تقديرنا للجهود التي تبذلها رئاسة جنوب أفريقيا في استضافة القمة لأول مرة في القارة الأفريقية. السيدات والسادة، يأتي اجتماعنا اليوم ليجسد روح الشراكة العالمية ويدعم ترابط الأسواق والتكامل الاقتصادي بين الدول عبر مختلف الأقاليم. وتعمل دولة الإمارات بشكل مستمر مع شركائها على تعزيز مسار التعاون الاقتصادي العالمي وترسيخ نظام تجاري دولي متوازن وشفاف، بما يتيح مشاركة شاملة وفعالة للدول النامية في صياغة مستقبل النظام التجاري العالمي، مما يعزز الوصول إلى أفضل الحلول التمويلية لتطوير المشاريع التنموية والاستثمارية في مجالات التكنولوجيا المتقدمة والطاقة والصحة والزراعة، مع تركيزنا المستمر على بناء القدرات ونقل المعرفة وتمكين المجتمعات. ويسرني اليوم أن أعلن عن إطلاق مبادرة دولة الإمارات الذكاء الاصطناعي من أجل التنمية، التي تخصص $1 مليار أمريكي لتمويل مشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي في الدول الأفريقية بهدف دعم التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية من خلال تعزيز منظومة البنية التحتية الرقمية والارتقاء بالخدمات الحكومية لرفع الإنتاجية وتحسين جودة الحياة. الحضور الكريم، نجدد اليوم تأكيد التزام دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بالعمل مع جميع شركائها في مجموعة العشرين لترسيخ مسيرة التنمية والازدهار في العالم أجمع. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Highness. My last speaker in this segment, before we take a break for the family photo, whereafter we will then get international organizations to have their opportunity to speak. I now ask His Excellency Mr. Lee Kinyanjao, the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry in the Republic of Kenya, who are also chairpersons of the East African Community. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Excellency. I'll talk on behalf of His Excellency Lee Kinyanjui, the Minister of Trade and Industry. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation and the warm reception. So His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of G-20, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we wish to record our profound appreciation to the South African presidency of the G-20 for its diligent stewardship and unwavering commitment to advancing a more equitable global economic order. We acknowledge the indispensable role that the G20 continues to play in addressing the deep-seated structural constraints confronting developing economies. This summit presents an excellent opportunity for us to examine the current state of play in the global economy as we devise the best trajectory towards achieving sustainable, inclusive, and transformative development. In this regard, we wish to express our support for the call to reform the international financial architecture so that it may deliver more substantial, more accessible, and more equitable development financing. As regions, we confirm our readiness to collaborate closely with all the relevant partners to ensure that the East African Community region and the common market for East and Southern Africa and the African continent as a whole are not merely beneficiaries, but full equal participants in the shaping of a more inclusive, sustainable, and representative global economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome G20 efforts to advance global disaster risk financing, investment in early warning systems for all, and strengthen capacity building across developing regions. We further support stronger G20 leadership in delivering predictable, adequate, and accessible climate finance for both adaptation and mitigation. This includes honoring existing commitments and developing new fair financing instruments that reflect the needs of vulnerable regions. The East African Community and COMESA remain committed to transforming food systems to become more productive, climate resilient, nutrition sensitive, and inclusive, especially for smallholder farmers, women, and youth. Chair, we stand ready to work with all partners, including G20, to deepen cooperation in agricultural research, seed systems, trade facilitation, storage logistics, while advancing value addition and intra-regional trade to reduce vulnerability to external shocks. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We will now get the announcements of how the family photo will be taken in the various segments. And thereafter, we will be able to come back, and I'd like to give us 20 minutes to have the photo taken, and thereafter come back so that we can resume the whole process of getting our international organizations to take the platform. So we will get the announcements now.
Your Excellency,
Thank you. Let us proceed.
colleagues. Hopefully you can all hear me despite the rain that we are experiencing at the moment. Good afternoon, Excellencies, delegates, and distinguished guests. My name is Duncan Petersen. I'm the head of the National Treasury here at South Africa and the G20 Finance Deputy. And it is my honor to welcome all of you to this high-level side event on the G20 Compact with Africa for economic growth and jobs. This event is an important opportunity to highlight how the Compact with Africa can support stronger, more inclusive growth and job creation on the African continent, and to reinforce our shared commitment to scaling up investment and implementation under the Compact. It also serves as a timely opportunity to reaffirm the value of cooperation between G20 economies and our African partners. Such collaboration is, of course, essential to advancing our shared objectives. I would like to extend a special welcome to His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, His Excellency Chancellor Merz, Excellencies President Lorenzo. We will also be joined by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali, and of course Prime Minister Storer, the President of the World Bank Group, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, as well as all the ministers and other distinguished representatives who have joined us today. We do not have much time today, so I will immediately hand over to Mr. Enoch Godongwana, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his opening remarks on behalf of the South African G20 presidency. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petersen. His Excellencies, distinguished ministers, heads of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my honor to welcome you all to this important Compact with Africa side event held on the margins of the first G20 Leaders Summit on the African soil. We gather at a historic moment, one in which Africa's voice, priorities, and aspirations are shaping global economic discussions in an unprecedented and meaningful ways. This year, the Compact with Africa was designated as one of the key priorities of South Africa's G20 presidents. We worked diligently to elevate its profile and promote the initiative in ways not done in recent years. Since its inception in 2017 under the German G20 presidency, the Compact with Africa has evolved into one of the most influential platforms for partnership between African countries, the G20 and the international financial institutions. The initiative was founded on a clear and compelling vision to improve the investment climate in participating African countries, strengthen macroeconomic and financial frameworks, and mobilize private investment to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth. The Compact rests on three core pillars: macroeconomic stability, predictable financing frameworks, and sound business environments. Over the years, Compact countries have advanced ambitious reform agendas to enhance public financial management, modernize revenue systems, deepen financial markets, and create conditions that enable vibrant private sector participation. These reforms have helped attract greater investor interest, stimulated infrastructure development, and strengthened dialogue between African governments and the global partners. The Compact has also expanded in both scope and membership, demonstrating its continued relevance and appeal. This expansion reflects the growing confidence in the Compact's approach, as well as the increasing demand across the continent for structured, reform-oriented partnerships that deliver tangible economic outcomes. We are pleased to have worked closely with Germany this year to bring this compact with Africa to the forefront of the G20 agenda. With those words, it's now my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his remarks. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Kodongwana. Let me greet Chancellor Friedrich Merz from Germany, sitting on my right. Let me greet Your Excellency President Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, all excellencies, heads of states and government who are with us here that I may not have seen, I'm sure others are still coming. President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, distinguished ministers and central bank governors, heads of international organizations, distinguished guests. It is my honor to welcome you to this G20 Compact with Africa event on economic growth and jobs. This event allows us to reflect on the progress that has been achieved through the Compact with Africa and to discuss the promise of its next phase, known as Compact with Africa 2.0. The Compact aims to deepen investments, create jobs, and build sustainable prosperity through stronger partnerships with the private sector. Since its establishment during Germany's G20 presidency in 2017, the Compact with Africa has made steady progress. It has supported participating countries in implementing ambitious reforms and mobilizing investments. It has strengthened dialogue between governments, private investors, and international partners. We welcome the increased interest by African countries in joining the initiative. This underscores its relevance and value. This year, we have made revitalizing the Compact with Africa a central priority, with a focus on expanding membership through enhanced visibility within the G20 and across the African continent. Over the course of 2025, and in close collaboration with the German federal government, we convened a series of high-level events to showcase and profile the Compact. This included a ministerial dialogue held on the margins of the G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors in July. This was followed by a ministerial outreach on the margins of the 8th African Union Specialized Committee on Finance in October. The ministerial outreach was an important platform to inform AU member states about the benefits and achievements of the Compact. The last high-level event was convened on the margins of the 2025 annual meetings of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. Supported by the World Bank, this event marked the official launch of the new multi-donor trust fund designed to support the next phase of reforms and investment within the Compact with Africa framework. We welcome Germany's commitment to provide the initial contribution of 10 million euros towards this new instrument. Today's dialogue reaffirms the importance of strong cooperation between the G20 and Africa, underscoring the vital role of the private sector and driving growth, creating jobs, and promoting shared prosperity. I trust that through this engagement, we will strengthen the compact as a key channel for partnership, reform support, and increase private sector involvement. We are confident that it will continue to unlock investments and help build resilience, inclusive economies across the continent. In closing, I would like to thank the German federal government for its steadfast leadership of this initiative since its inception. I acknowledge our valued partners, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank Group, the African Development Bank, the African Center for Economic Transformation, and the African Union for their continued support. Lastly, we recognize the compact countries for their efforts in reforming their economies and ensuring that investment flows in Africa. Let us move forward with renewed partnerships and new investments. Let us work together to secure growth, jobs, and shared prosperity for all Africans. I now invite Chancellor Metz to deliver his remarks. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mr. Vice President, for your kind introduction. I'm really happy to be here and to be here for the first time when the G20 summit takes place for the first time in Africa. So I'm feeling very much welcomed, and I would like to say that there is no better place than Johannesburg to talk about Africa's economic future. And Mr. Vice President, I know what I'm speaking about because during my education as a lawyer, I spent a couple of months in this beautiful country, and since then I know the huge potential of this beautiful country in the southern part of the African continent. So many thanks for inviting us, many thanks for being together in this group, and it's really my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this side event on the G20 meeting with the Compact with Africa group. Africa is, as I said, a continent of opportunity. Africa is a continent of huge opportunities. Africa is a young, dynamic continent. And Africa is a continent with huge economic potential, therefore. And our partnership can unlock much more of this potential in the future. The G20 Compact with Africa builds exactly these partnerships between G20 members and African countries, between governments and the private sector, and between entrepreneurs and investors. Compact countries are pushing reforms. With support from the World Bank, from you, dear Ajay, and from many partners in the world. They are all creating conditions that attract private investment. This is good for Africa's growth, this is good for the people on the continent, and this is good for global growth. Now we see many success stories in many compact countries already. More investment, more jobs. But our task is, today and from now on, to scale this up. I would call it a new phase, or let's name it Compact 2.0. With Zambia and Angola joining this year, the compact is now a group of 15. Congratulations, President Lorenzo. Welcome on board of this group. Now, as you know, Germany supports this group. Germany currently supports economic reform projects in compact countries, and we are supporting that with more than 3.2 billion euros. This is a strong lever for new economic opportunities, both for Africa and for my country, for Germany. Today, and this is a great pleasure for me, I can announce a further important step of our engagement. Germany will become a shareholder of the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance through our development bank, which is called KfW, Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau. ATIDI is a powerful instrument, as you all know. It boosts trade. It boosts private investment in Africa. It reduces risks and builds trust for investors and for new investors. Our German equity investment in ATIDI will amount to more than 37 million euros now. This will have a big impact. We will be able to mobilize an additional at least 400, potentially 430 million euros or 500 million US dollars in trade and investment. We will see even stronger trading links between Germany and African countries. More investment by German companies on the continent. More value creation in Africa. Our cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, is here to stay. We are and we will remain partners for a better future on this continent, in my country, and together. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here and part of the group.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for those insightful remarks. Having heard from the two co-chairs of the Compact, South Africa and Germany, it is now my great pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the current chair of the African Union and a newly admitted Compact with Africa member, to share his reflections on Africa's perspectives and opportunities. And it is indeed an honor to welcome the Republic of Angola as the 15th member of the Compact with Africa. Your Excellency, President Lourenço, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigado. Excelência, Sr. Vice-Presidente da República da África do Sul, em representação do Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, Sua Excelência Friedrich Merz, Chanceler da República Federal da Alemanha e co-presidente do Grupo Consultivo Africano sobre o Compacto with África, Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo dos países do Compacto with África, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Excelências.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, representing President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, His Excellency Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany and co-chair of the African Consultative Group on Compact with Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of Compact African country, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies.
Gostaria de começar por felicitar a África do Sul e a Alemanha por organizarem este importante evento paralelo em colaboração com a União Africana sobre o Pacto com a África.
I would like to start by congratulating South Africa and Germany for organizing this important side event in collaboration with the African Union on the Compact with Africa.
Gostaria também de felicitar mais uma vez a África do Sul por ter acolhido com sucesso o G-20 em África por ter feito do Pacto do G20 com a África uma das prioridades da sua presidência do G20.
I would also like once again to extend my congratulations to South Africa for the successful hosting of the G20 in Africa and for making the G20 Compact with Africa one of the priorities for its G20 presidency.
A União Africana congratula-se por constatar que o objetivo de aumentar o número de países signatários do Pacto com a África durante a presidência sul-africana do G20 foi alcançado com a adesão de mais 2 países, nomeadamente a Zâmbia e Angola.
The African Union is pleased to note that the objective of increasing the number of signatory countries to the Compact with Africa during the South Africa's G20 presidency was achieved with the accession of 2 more countries, namely Zambia and Angola.
Gostaria, portanto, de aproveitar esta oportunidade para felicitar a Zâmbia e agradecer, em nome da Angola, por esta importante conquista.
I would therefore like to take this opportunity to congratulate Zambia and thank you on behalf of Angola on this significant achievement.
Com esse passo, o número de países signatários do Pacto com a África passa a ser de 15.
With this step, the number of signatory countries to the Compact with Africa now stands at 15.
Para aqueles que estão familiarizados com o sistema jurídico da União Africana, 15 é o número mínimo de ratificações necessárias para a entrada em vigor da maioria dos nossos instrumentos jurídicos.
For those acquainted with the legal framework of the African Union, 15 is the minimum number of ratifications required for the entry into force of most of our legal instruments.
Assim, posso inferir que o Pacto com a África se tornou agora uma iniciativa à escala da União Africana, o que é positivo para a integração econômica do continente.
In this regard, I may infer that the Compact with Africa has now become an initiative of the African Union's scale, which bodes well with Africa's economic integration.
A União Africana acredita firmemente que, à medida que mais países africanos aderirem ao Pacto com a África, implementarem reformas fundamentais, a África como um todo se posicionará como um continente reformador e aberto aos negócios, tornando os nossos países mais atrativos para os investidores, que são necessários para concretizar o objetivo de uma África próspera, baseado no desenvolvimento inclusivo e sustentável, articulado com a aspiração 1 da Agenda 2063, a África que queremos.
The African Union firmly believes that as more African countries join the Compact with Africa and implement fundamental reforms, Africa as a whole will position itself as a reform-oriented continent, open for business, thereby rendering our countries more attractive to investors who are essential for the realization of a prosperous Africa, one based on inclusive and sustainable development, as articulated in Aspiration 1 of the 2063 Agenda, Africa We Want.
Apelo a todos os presentes para que trabalhem em conjunto e com celeridade para tornarmos esta ambição em realidade.
I call upon all those present here to work together and with diligence so that we may transform this ambition into reality.
Nossos povos e o mundo estão com os olhos postos em nós, portanto, não os desiludamos.
Our peoples and the world have their eyes upon us. Let us not disappoint them.
Obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Lorenzo. I will now invite Mr. Mahmoud Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to take the floor. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Chancellor, Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, ladies and gentlemen. Building on the statement by His Excellency, Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Rolanço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chair of the African Union, let me highlight three main opportunities for the sake of complementarity between the G20 Compact with Africa and key African Union strategies and programs. The first key element is the African Continental Free Trade Area. The intra-African trade and investment needs to be boosted in order to achieve the objective of an inclusive growth and a sustainable development. Now, the issue is that Africa's trade potential remains largely unrealized, mainly due to the continent's weak productive sector, deficient logistic links, and trade-related infrastructure. In order to address these challenges, Africa needs huge investments, both domestic and foreign, estimated at around $130 billion to $170 billion per year. As highlighted at the third Financing Summit for Africa's Infrastructure Development in Luanda, Angola last month. In this respect, the Compact with Africa provides an opportunity to implement the reforms to attract the necessary investments needed to harness the full potential of AFCFTA. More specifically, reforms under the Compact with Africa will help achieve the objectives of the protocol of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement on investment. Second, there's an opportunity for complementarity between the Compact with Africa and the African Virtual Investment Platform, which was launched in February 2025. This digital tool aims to gather quality and timely information on public and private, foreign and domestic investment and related policies and reforms across all African countries and sectors. Third and last area is the sector of industrialization through manufacturing and value chains development, underpinned by the Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa Action Plan. In effect, by promoting targeted and integrated economic policy reforms, Compact Africa can help unlock investments needed to accelerate regional and continental value chains development. The focus should be on priority sectors such as mineral resources in order to create decent jobs and generate incomes for millions of Africans. Your Excellencies, as I conclude, let me reaffirm the African Union's commitment to work with the co-chairs and the G20 Africa Advisory Group in advancing the Compact with Africa during the next cycle of G20 presidencies, facilitating experience, sharing, and dissemination of best practices between Compact with African countries and other AU member states are indeed of paramount importance. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Yusuf. We will now hear from a compact country, Ethiopia, on how the initiative is being implemented at the country level and the benefits and successes that are already emerging. It is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to share Ethiopia's experience, including successes and lessons learned under the Compact. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Abiy, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Chancellor Frederick, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, dear friends, the Compact with Africa was built on a simple yet transformative idea. When African nations commit to reform, and the G20, along with other international partners, commit to support those efforts with capital, technology, and expertise, a new development pathway becomes possible. 8 years after the Compact launch, the results speak for themselves. Across Compact countries, a wave of deep, difficult, and decisive reforms have taken root. reforms that strengthen macroeconomic stability, open economies to investment, and restore confidence. In Ethiopia, we have undertaken historic change, modernizing our macroeconomic framework, reforming our monetary and financial systems, opening up our financial sector, expanding financial inclusion, and in one of our most consequential reforms, liberalizing our foreign exchange regime. This reform takes place in Ethiopia after 5 decades. These are not abstract achievements. They are the foundations of a modern, resilient economy capable of attracting long-term private capital. We have tackled long-standing barriers to enterprise and job creation by opening telecom markets, reforming state-owned enterprises, improving trade facilitation, advancing renewable energy investment, and strengthening regulatory frameworks for long-term finance and capital market. Though demanding political courage, these reforms have made our economies more competitive. Africa's economic rise is underway, taking shape in our cities, farmers, factories, and digital ecosystems. To unlock its full potential, reform must drive investment, and investment must drive shared growth. The world today is far more complex than when the compact began. It must now focus on accelerating transformation at scale. The G20 must match ambition with action through genuine partnership grounded in investment, innovation, and shared prosperity. It must strengthen the Compact with Africa 2.0 Trust Fund, expand guarantees, and blend finance to unlock private capital, advance timely and predictable debt relief under the common framework, support deeper capital markets, and improved credit ratings, and also champion African integration from African Continental Free Trade Area, corridors to cross-border infrastructure and digital connectivity. The next decade must be even more ambitious. Let Compact with Africa 2.0 be a platform for Africa and global prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister Abiy, for those valuable insights into Ethiopia's reform efforts, as well as highlighting the concrete benefits of the compact. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Sture, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, to take the floor. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Norway is as far away as you can come from the African continent. It's a long travel. But I'm happy that we have been part of the compact since 2017. I'd like to salute South Africa and Germany for launching it and for expanding on it. And I hear from my colleague from Ethiopia that it is gaining also relevance in one of the most thriving economies. Yesterday, I visited a 100 megawatt solar power plant in the Free State, 1 hour outside Johannesburg. It is a company called Mainstream with a major Norwegian share. So I've seen a Norwegian company investing in this, and it will provide electricity to thousands of households around Johannesburg. And when you drive there, you see that there is a lot of housing which is fine. And there's also housing without electricity and with severe deficit on grids. So all of this comes together to say that the compact is important. It is of relevance also for my country. Every year we host the Nordic African Business Summit in Oslo, which has grown to become the biggest event in the Nordic countries to promote investment and business with the continent. So I think this fits well with the compact. The key words here: true partnerships, meaningful dialogue, collaboration on reform, sharing experiences, and also the role of the multilateral development banks. And I also like to salute my friend, President of the World Bank, how the World Bank and the development banks now take, I think, a role in innovating their mechanisms. And let me say, just coming from Norway, that development aid is not going to make the big difference here. It is, ODA is at best declining, at worst declining rapidly. But we are also innovating, doing new things, which is more in line of the investment. And Africa is really offering so tremendous opportunities in that direction. We had a successful Business 20 meeting here in Johannesburg recently. And I heard from my business that they came back with new ideas, new contacts, and new inspiration to move forward. So I see this as an opportunity also to have springboard for our industries and our investments in Africa. And I hope that Germany and South Africa will continue to call these side events, because I think they are good stock takings also for a country like mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister Schröder, for expressing your support to the Compact. We will now invite another central partner in advancing the work of the Compact, the World Bank Group, to share with us their role in supporting jobs and growth in Africa and advancing South Africa's G20 presidency's legacy in this regard. Mr. Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You know, by 2050, 85% of the world's population will be in what we call today developing countries. 1 in 4 actually will be African. Africa will have the largest workforce in the world and the youngest. Its cities will be among the fastest growing. But population is just one part of that story. Many of these countries hold the very resources, as the German Chancellor and the Norwegian Prime Minister just said. They hold the very resources that will shape the world's future. Over 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, enough to help feed a growing planet, is in Africa. Minerals critical for energy and digital transitions are in Africa. An abundant sun, wind, and water, enough to meet their own needs, but potentially to export clean energy to others. This is Africa's gift. They will help define the century. With the right approach, if we focus on opportunity, not on need, we can unlock a tremendous engine of global growth and job creation. And that is why we are focused on private sector jobs, which account for 90% of unemployment, and on building the conditions that allow entrepreneurs and businesses to thrive. So we think it takes 3 things. The first is critical infrastructure, both physical and human: roads, ports, power, health, skills. That is why we are working on M300 with the African Development Bank to connect people to electricity in Africa. It is why we are doing work on healthcare. It is why we are doing work on small farmers and agribusiness. Second, a better business environment. The point that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia was making: clear, predictable rules and modern institutions. And third, a thriving private sector supported by access to de-risking tools, like in fact the Chancellor talked about ATIDI. ATIDI, which KfW has just invested in, is a partner of MEGA. And so I'm really glad to see this, because I think KfW bringing their capital to the table is a sign of great belief in ATIDI. Now, the thing is, this is not about shifting jobs across borders. I'm convinced this is about creating opportunity where people live by building a middle class that drives demand, including for goods and services from developed economies. Because development is not a zero-sum game. It's an investment in our shared future, as you can see both the European leaders saying with great clarity. Germany understands that. Norway understands that. They are playing a catalytic role through the Compact with Africa. The first phase was focused on business environment. 13 countries, we worked with them to modernize customs, tax systems, and reform commercial laws. That's how the foundation for investment happened in Ethiopia, in Tunisia, in Morocco. Momentum is building, and thanks to the President of Angola, Angola and Zambia have also joined this year. We're now into the second phase, one that it's all about scale, as the Chancellor said. We will have a new trust fund that is benefiting from Germany's generosity. For the first time, all parts of the institution are operating through a single platform, which to me is a tangible milestone of the very reform agenda that I was elected and the G20 asked me to lead on. This next phase will focus on countries advancing reform and private sector opportunity by 3 things: invest in critical infrastructure, invest in skills. Second, support continued reforms to strengthen institutions, and most importantly, transparency. And third, mobilize private capital to deliver jobs at scale. So the idea here is we're going to help businesses, large and small, to start, to grow, to thrive. But I think that reform ambition has to be led by the African governments themselves. We can help. The World Bank can help. The IMF can help. The African Development Bank can help. Other partners but by help. But eventually, it is for African countries and leaders to seize the moment. Thank you to Germany. Thank you to South Africa for your continued leadership. And thanks to all of you for your generosity in having us as a part of this group. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much, President Banga. To formally convey our appreciation and bring this side event to a close, I now have the honor of inviting Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver a word of thanks on behalf of the South African G20 presidency. Minister Lamola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I will stand on existing protocols. It was a distinguished honor to have you all here with us today as we conclude this high-level side event on the G20 Compact with Africa. Allow me to extend our deepest gratitude on behalf of South Africa's G20 presidency to all who contributed to make this important event a success. As was eloquently articulated by the speakers, the Compact with Africa 2.0 aimed to deepen investment, create jobs, build sustainable prosperity through stronger partnerships with the private sector. We hope that this event further highlighted the importance of the Compact in further unlocking the economic potential of the continent. I would like to thank all speakers for conveying one overarching message of the important and key role players in the partnerships. Cooperation and private sector play in enhancing economic growth, decent jobs, prosperity in Africa and beyond. We further note with satisfaction that G20 Leaders Summit recognized the importance of the G20 Compact with Africa and commended South Africa's G20 presidency for strengthening the compact further, including through launch of the second phase 2025 to 2033, supported by the establishment of the World Bank Group Multi-Donor Fund. I would like to convey a special thanks to Your Excellencies President Ramaphosa, here today represented by the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, and the Federal Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor Merz, for hosting this event and highlighting how cooperation between G20 economies and African economies is vital in boosting private investment in Africa. We will be following through the conclusion of this side event, issue a joint communique outlining the spirit of our discussion and commitments and strengthen the G20 Compact with Africa as the key platform for dialogue and engagement between the G20 and Africa, and emphasizing the key role the private sector has to play in enhancing economic growth, decent jobs, prosperity in Africa within the G20. Thank you very much, Duncan. I hope you will then announce the processes of the family photo. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lamola. That brings the event to a close, and I believe it will be followed by a photo. Thank you.
Protocol will guide us outside.
Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the name is Al-Nani Al-Aziz.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you today, only days after my appointment, and to bring UNESCO's voice to this vital forum held for the first time on my African continent. My warmest thanks go to the South African presidency for uniting us around a shared ambition, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, a theme fully aligned with UNESCO's 4 strategic objectives: investing in education to transform lives, reconciling humanity with nature, building just, inclusive, and peaceful societies, and fostering innovation and technology. Allow me to briefly highlight 3 areas of close collaboration between UNESCO and the G20 to advance this vision in Africa, one of our 2 global priorities alongside gender equality. First, on artificial intelligence, UNESCO had led the working group established by President Ramaphosa, guided by our 2021 recommendation on ethics of AI. Together with the African Union and the South African G20 presidency, we have launched the AI in Africa initiative, aligned with the the African Union's 2024 AI strategy. We'll train around 20,000 civil servants and judicial professionals and 2,000 teachers and students, and support 25 additional African countries integrating AI into national policies. Second, in education, we are championing innovative financing to ensure debt does not hinder learning. In 2023, for instance, we facilitated the agreement between Côte d'Ivoire and France to convert debt into investment in education. Third, in culture, from combating illicit trafficking to supporting culture and the creative industries and safeguarding heritage and traditional knowledge, UNESCO continues to affirm that no sustainable development is possible without culture, as reaffirmed in the Pact for the Future. Excellencies, UNESCO stands ready to deepen its role as an active member of the multilateral system and as a committed partner of the G20. Your priorities resonate with every dimension of our mandate and expertise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Grace-Pan Mayo.
President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, being here, one cannot help but reflect on this country's trajectory. South Africa has much to teach to the world. You have used this G20 presidency to share your hard-won wisdom, that moving together is not inevitable. It is chosen daily, deliberately. This year, you have championed the debt challenge echoed by so many economies and countries here today. You have championed fighting commodity dependence, pushing for productive diversification and value added, and you have championed the need for the Global South to have a voice, not just a presence. Thank you for your courage and conviction, Mr. President. Excellencies, since COVID, the global economy has grown by more than $30 trillion, equivalent to the entire world GDP in the year 2000. Trade will grow 4% this year, despite all tensions, with South-South trade growing twice as much. AI is reshaping entire sectors and driving investment. Clean energy is advancing faster than even optimists predicted. The motion is undeniable. But trillions in aggregate growth mean little when tariffs close markets you were starting to reach, when borrowing costs are 3 times that others pay, when debt service absorbs budgets meant for development. Yes, the world economy this year showed resilience that deserves celebration. But resilience, I insist, is not necessarily stability, nor prosperity. And the forces driving today's resilience aren't always the same that will sustain tomorrow's development. When some advance as others fall back, we do not move together. We break apart. Excellencies, we stand at a moment of extraordinary promise. Developing countries want a fair share of that promise. They don't want support, they want a level playing field. The G20 is uniquely placed to strengthen the trade system and build the financial, global, and regional architecture that can give us just that. This is how resilience becomes stability, how motion becomes progress, how we ensure no one gets left behind. I thank you.
Thank you indeed. I now would like to call His Excellency Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization, to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, first, congratulations to President Ramaphosa and South Africa on hosting the first G20 summit in Africa. Thanks to investments in health over the past 20 years, global life expectancy has increased by more than 6 years, under 5 mortality has dropped by more than 50%, and maternal mortality has dropped by more than 40%. In the same time frame, at least 25 countries have moved from low income to lower middle income, lower or upper middle income countries. That's no coincidence. Investments in health are investments in human capital, productivity, and economic growth. Conversely, COVID-19 showed that when health is at risk, everything is at risk. The pandemic killed an estimated 20 million people and wiped around $10 trillion from global GDP. WHO thanks the G20 for its leadership on strengthening health security, but more needs to be done. And pandemics are not the only threat to the health of people and economies. So are non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and communicable diseases such as HIV, TB, malaria, and diabetes and vaccine-preventable diseases. Health is not simply an outcome of development. It is the means. That means the global crisis in health financing is also a crisis for development and economic growth. But in this crisis lies an opportunity for countries to transition away from aid dependency towards a new era of sovereignty and self-reliance. WHO is supporting countries to make that transition, and we urge the G20 to provide the support to provide countries based on their needs, in line with the Lusaka agenda, because solidarity is our immunity. I thank you, and back to you, President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghebreyesus. I now want to call Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, and thank you, colleagues, leaders, excellencies. I'm really heartened by the way that, well, I'm heartened that we're still in here with the thunder. I'm heartened by the way that trade has been at the center of most of the discussion today, and the strong support for the reform of the multilateral trading system and the WTO. I want to commend and thank the South African presidency for putting the focus squarely on economic growth, which also means, in a way, putting the focus on trade. Economic growth is the precondition for progress on all the key challenges confronting us, from climate to inequality to geopolitical tensions. My message today is really simple. We cannot achieve sustained inclusive global growth without sustained inclusive global trade. We cannot support more inclusive growth for Africa if we don't support a free, fair, and inclusive global trading system. Put another way, if If trade uncertainty, fragmentation, and protectionism continue to rise, we can only
Good
expect
afternoon,
sluggish
Nati.
growth
Well,
or worse in the
3
times
pages
ahead.
of the
The
declaration of
contrast
the leaders
between the
talks about
periods before
energy
and after the global
and
financial crisis
energy
is
and
telling.
renewable
From
energy and the just
1995 to
acquisition of
2008,
energy,
global trade
talking
grew about
about
6%
600
per year.
million
Foreign direct
Africans,
investment,
about half
8%,
of the
and
continent,
GDP,
that do not have
3.5%,
access to
creating
electricity.
a virtuous circle.
And so
Liberalization
yesterday we
boosted
saw the
trade,
European
trade
Union
spurred
President
investment, and both lifted
Ursula
productivity and growth.
von der Leyen.
But since 2010, trade growth has fallen to 1/3 of its previous pace. Foreign direct investment has been flat, and GDP growth has trended around 2.8%, not 3.5%. If global growth had continued at its previous pace, the world economy would be almost 1/10 larger in size in real terms today. A major reason is clear. Trade opening has slowed, integration has plateaued, and protectionism has increased. The WTO's latest G20 monitoring report shows new tariffs affecting 4 times more trade, about $2.6 trillion, between October of last year and October of this year than in the previous reporting period, the sharpest increase since WTO monitoring began. The global trading system has shown resilience. You've all heard me repeat, and I will not stop doing it, that almost 3/4 of world trade, 72%, is still on WTO terms. So the system is showing unprecedented resilience, despite the disruptions and undermining that has occurred. But its expansion has slowed. A static trading system not only means less competition, less innovation, and weaker growth, but also rising geopolitical tensions. Strong growth fosters a positive-sum mindset, the belief that prosperity can be shared. Stagnant growth fuels zero-sum thinking, the belief that one can only advance at another's expense. That is why we need pro-growth WTO reform, reform that opens markets, reduces distortions, improves transparency, provides workable dispute settlement, supports the development of poorer countries, and repositions the system to harness the 21st century economy's huge and exciting potential in green, services-led, and digitally delivered trade. If every member is not ready to move forward, then we need a more flexible WTO, so those members who want to advance can. The WTO's 14th Ministerial Conference in March 2026 provides an opportunity to lay out a clear roadmap. I want to thank the leaders today for the message that I clearly heard, that I hope will go to trade ministers and to WTO ambassadors to define that roadmap for reform at the conference. We are working on it now, and I hope it will be ready. Your support here is invaluable. Excellencies, let me conclude by saying, if the G20 wants to drive more inclusive and sustainable growth, then support for WTO reform is essential, as you've all stated, not for the WTO's sake, but for the sake of global trade, global growth and development, and above all, for the well-being of the citizens of its members. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I now want to call His Excellency Mr. Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the arrangements, including the thunderclap just when Ngozi began to speak, considering our focus on the WTO. In the next 10 to 15 years, 1.2 billion young people, largely from Africa, by the way, will enter the workforce in the developing economies. They will be competing for about 400 million jobs. That is a large gap. With jobs, this generation will power the economy. Without jobs, this will be a very serious challenge. Therefore, jobs have to be at the center of any development, economic, or security strategy. And for us in the bank, it is at the core of our work going forward. Our 3-pillar strategy on jobs focuses on private sector job creation, because that is where 90% of jobs are created, and on fostering entrepreneurship for the young. The first pillar is that our public sector arms help governments to develop essential infrastructure. Physical, roads, ports, power, our M300 effort with the African Development Bank is in that category. And then human, healthcare and skilling. Our work on healthcare with Tedros and the government of Japan is in that category. Our knowledge bank helps to build businesses. That's the second pillar. Friendly environments with clear and fair rules and sound economic management. And the third pillar is our private sector arms through equity, through capital, through guarantees. We help to reduce risk, allow investors to see a path for return. The thing is that capital alone cannot address the challenge, because the challenge here is also the debt issue that some of you have raised. How are we trying to help? We've helped 14 countries raise more and spend better via public finance reviews. We have got 22 more in the pipeline to be done in the next 6 months. We're deploying debt for development tools. I heard that topic come up a couple of times. To unlock resources, we started with Côte d'Ivoire. 9 more of these are in the pipeline, and we have the appetite to do more. Last year, IDA net flows hit $21 billion, overwhelming majority to Africa. I want to contradict the statement from Russia about the amount of money we put into Africa. The World Bank last year put $40 billion of our own balance sheet into Africa. That is the single largest amount ever in our history and the largest amount of any multilateral bank in Africa. This is up from, by the way, the IDA net flows are up from 12 billion just 3 years ago. A lifeline for countries that are facing liquidity challenges. And then we're working with my friend in the IMF to support countries facing liquidity pressures through domestic revenue reform, increased financing, and like I said, debt for development swaps. But I've said this a few times now, more is needed. The common framework can advance debt restructuring faster through the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. We are supporting a maximum 12-month goal for a country to come into the pipe and be ready at the other end. And then there is the opportunity that Japan mentioned to strengthen debt transparency if all G20 countries participate in the World Bank's debt data reconciliation exercises. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my brother Ajay Banga. I now call upon Fanfen Ruanyindo Kayaringwa, Assistant Director General of the International Labour Organization.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the ILO commends G20 leaders for recognizing the significant threats that inequality, unemployment, underemployment, and informal employment pose to economic growth, development, and economic and social stability. Employment must be placed at the center of economic policies if these are to forge inclusive economic growth that leaves no one behind. We need to ensure that all can equally access to ladders of opportunity, delivering them out of working poverty and into decent work. Yet the reality today is that ILO estimates that 3.8 billion people don't have any form of social protection. In the face of multiple transformations underway, too many remain insecure and vulnerable, lacking sustainable pathways out of working poverty and into formal employment. The creation of productive opportunity for decent work and implementation of universal and adaptive social protection system, including floors, can serve as engines of inclusive growth, ensuring economic policies drive productivity and deliver a future with social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but one speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Ahuna Eziakonyo, Acting Administrator, UNDP.
Your Excellency, in the interest of time, UNDP would like to align with the statement of our UN Secretary General. Thank you very much.
Thank you. His Excellency Maximo Dorino Cullen, Food and Agricultural Organization.
Thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa and South Africa for your leadership and successful presidency. Excellencies, the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are, captures the mindset we need to end hunger and poverty. An urgency is essential. In 2024, 673 million people were chronically undernourished and 839 million lived in extreme poverty. These numbers demand a collective action at scale. FAO welcomes South Africa G20 presidency for building on Brazil's leadership through the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and for placing inequality at the center of its food security agenda, and for underscoring the need for adequate and predictable financing. Without real action on inequality and financing, progress will remain fragile. The Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts shows that inequality is structural and persistent. The rural-urban divide is decisive. The world's extreme poor live in rural areas, most dependent on agriculture. Climate variability threatens to widen this divide and could push up 132 million more people into extreme poverty in 2030. By 2030, the world will have 1.2 billion youth, with 500 million already working in the agri-food systems, often in vulnerable, low-productivity jobs. Rural youth unemployment is nearly double urban levels. Transforming the agri-food system is essential to create a decent work for young people and achieve SDGs 1 and 2. We welcome the G20 principles for inclusive growth and reducing inequality, the inclusion of agri-food systems in Principle 10, and the commitment to universal social protection. Excellencies, the world cannot afford just incremental change. FAO estimates that $1.1 trillion annually is required to transform agri-food systems. And this is achievable through greater efficiency, reduced duplication, and a stronger convergence of MDB support toward best practices and country needs. Through our hand-in-hand initiative, we channel investments where impact is greatest. The Compromiso de Sevilla is an important step towards mobilizing the scale required. Let us act, guided by Ubuntu, to build a more just, resilient, and food-secure world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the inputs or the interventions in session 1. We did, in terms of our program, include presentations very briefly of the 2 reports that many of you have already referred to, which is the report of the Africa Expert Panel and the report on inequality. We're going to ask the presenters to take no more than just 3 minutes each, just introducing those reports. The reports are quite substantial, and they will be read at leisure by members, states, and members of various organizations. This is just an opportunity for the reports to be formally introduced. I thereafter want to move on to session 2, which member states are now getting ready to make interventions in. Let me then call Mr. Joel Nechidenge to table the report on the Africa Expert Panel, and thereafter get the other report to be tabled.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I was checking, you gave us 3 minutes, and so I'll be very, very brief. Firstly, to indicate that the Africa Expert Panel was set up by the South African presidency in order to make a contribution to the finance stream with specific focus on Africa's conditions and interests. Its organizing framework is that the greatest opportunity for global prosperity in this century lies in African productivity and African progress. And it then argues that Africa is involved in the implementation of a variety of programs which are based on its visions and strategies. Vision 2063, Africa Mining Vision, Vision on Critical Minerals, and so on. So based on those visions and programs, Africa is engaged in its own activities to improve the conditions of life of Africa's people. And so it says to the G20 and to the global community, join Africa and partner it in realizing the objectives that it has set itself. In other words, the purpose of the report is not to ask for aid. It's not to ask for assistance. It's to make the fundamental point that Africa is involved in its own programs to improve the conditions of life of its people, and partnership with Africa will be in the interest of humanity. We say in the conclusion that the G20 nations must act now, not with rhetoric, but with real commitment to investment, reform, and partnership. This is not a call for charity, it is a call for a new global compact that positions Africa as a pillar of a more balanced, prosperous, and resilient international order. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Joel Nachitenje. That was exactly less than 3 minutes. We'd like to thank you for that. The next report is on inequality, and I'd like to ask Professor Jayati Ghosh and Ms. Winnie Byanyima to present the report. And they also have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, President Ramaphosa, also for the honor of presenting at all to the G20 meeting. We will try and take 4 minutes, if you allow us, 2 for me and 2 for Winnie Byanyima, because we have some important points to make, very, very briefly, if you will forgive us. It is a great honor and privilege. We just want to identify some of the major trends that we found while consulting extensively for this report. And we really would like to emphasize also a proposal that we have, which we believe is ultimately very achievable. First, global inequality remains very high. It did come down slightly since 2000 because of China, but it remains very high, and recent years have seen an increase. But mostly, the problem is the concentration of wealth and income at the top, and the excessive power that that generates to influence regulations, to influence institutions, and to impact on what governments do. We found also that there is a very significant shift in terms of public and private wealth. Private wealth has accelerated dramatically, often because of a transfer of net assets from public to private hands, which in turn has reduced the fiscal space of governments. We found also that contrary to what was a common belief, inequality hampers growth. It actually inhibits better performance, and therefore, G20 leaders from across the political spectrum, if you want to see broad-based progress that benefits citizens, then you must take steps to address inequality. We also found that inequality undermines political stability and democracy, as has already been mentioned, and leads to very adverse social and environmental impacts, particularly through its multidimensional effects. I now pass on to Winnie Byanyima.
Thank you, Jayati. Thank you, Excellency the President. I too thank you for commissioning us and for putting this issue of inequality at the very heart of the international agenda. It's historic. Jayati has set out the drivers of inequality. Our report considers different practical, pragmatic, and very possible ways to respond to these drivers of inequality, much of it based on what governments are doing or have done. Your Excellencies, whether it is about reining in corporate concentration and monopolistic behavior, whether it is about reforming intellectual property regimes while fostering innovation, whether it's about governments providing needed fiscal space for developing countries, all these are achievable through international cooperation. So our report looks at ways to achieve this through national or international means. Our main recommendation, the primary recommendation of this report, is the creation of an international panel on inequality. We find that there is a lot of information out there. Knowledge has been collected, many data sets. However, we find the more we know, the less we know. And the more we know, the more we understand the need to have a platform where there is reliable, comprehensive knowledge for all to use. We envisage a globally balanced international body that would provide a technical service to synthesize and provide authoritative and independent assessments and analysis of inequality. It will be available to everyone, policymakers, private sector, civil society, trade unions, and the media. Our recommendation is inspired by the tremendous work of the IPCC, which has helped governments to address climate change, or also the approach of the new scientific panel on artificial intelligence. We do not envisage some big global institution, but a lean body bringing together a network of research institutions and individual scholars and experts. It should have authority and carefully guarded independence. Most of the work will largely be done by researchers contributing their time voluntarily. So far, we see that 700 economists and other experts across 70 countries, including Nobel laureates, have asked you, Your Excellencies, to support this initiative and have offered to contribute to its work. Over 30 former presidents and prime ministers have also endorsed the proposal. We're pleased to see governments supporting this new body. We are hopeful that many more governments will support it as a practical way to help your own policymakers to address inequality. It would be a game changer at the crossroads of academia, policy, and practice. Thank you, President Ramaphosa, for entrusting us with this important task. We hope that the distinguished leaders of the G20 sitting here in South Africa, the country that has experienced inequality like no other, will decide to take forward this vital new initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my two sisters, for presenting this report, and indeed thank you to Mr. Joel Nechidanje. These are the two reports that we spoke about when we started, and we thought that they should be deposited here, much as they have not really been formally discussed during the whole process of the G20. They are deposited here so that we may all internalize them, discuss them. There are reports that can be taken forward in a number of other forums. And we hope that having been introduced here, the G20, we will be able to interface with them in our various other organizations and as governments and organizations and see the best way of taking them forward. I do know, for instance, the suggestion has been made that the African Union, for instance, should take forward these reports, and I'm sure other organizations will do so as well. So thank you very much. These reports are important, and we thank you for presenting them. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I now take you to the second session, A Resilient World, the G20's Contribution, Disaster Risk Reduction, Climate Change just energy transitions, and food systems. I will now allow inputs or interventions, and we had hoped that those who wish to make interventions on this topic should be able to do so, and those who feel that they would like to make interventions in the third session can forego whatever intervention they wish to make. I do have a list. We are working against time because the morning was rather important in terms of having the declaration adopted, but allowing those who were making interventions a little bit more time as they wanted to express themselves. Now, we want to limit inputs to strictly the minutes that are set out, 4 minutes each, and thereafter we will go to 3 minutes each for invited countries. I will make my intervention later, and I would now like to ask President Lula da Silva, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to make his intervention in this regard.
Eu quero, mais uma vez, reiterar meus cumprimentos ao presidente Ramaphosa, cumprimentar a presidenta da Namíbia, a senhora Netumbo, e também cumprimentar o Antônio Guterres, secretário-geral das Nações Unidas, por meio de quem eu cumprimento todas as entidades internacionais aqui presentes. Esta oportuna sessão ocorre no mesmo tempo em que estamos por 2 palavras para concluirmos as negociações da COP30 no Brasil. No ano em que o planeta ultrapassou pela primeira vez, e talvez de forma permanente, o limite de 1,5 graus acima dos níveis pré-industriais, a comunidade internacional tinha diante de si uma escolha: continuar ou desistir. Optamos pela primeira alternativa. Na COP da verdade, a ciência prevaleceu. O multilateralismo venceu. Reafirmamos nosso compromisso com o Acordo de Paris. Saímos de Belém com um quadro renovado de contribuições nacionalmente determinadas. Mobilizamos a sociedade civil, a academia, o setor privado, os povos indígenas e os movimentos sociais, para fazer da COP30 a COP com a 2ª maior participação da história. Entramos agora numa nova etapa que exigirá esforço simultâneo em 2 frentes. Acelerar as ações do enfrentamento da mudança do clima e nos preparar para uma nova realidade climática. O G20 cumpre papel central em ambas. O grupo responde por 77% das emissões globais. É do G20 que um novo modelo de economia deve emergir. O grupo é um ator-chave na elaboração de um mapa do caminho para afastar o mundo dos combustíveis fósseis. A COP30 mostrou que o mundo precisa enfrentar esse debate. A semente dessa proposta foi plantada e irá frutificar mais cedo ou mais tarde. A mudança do clima não é uma simples questão de política ambiental. É, sobretudo, um desafio de planejamento econômico. As prioridades estão invertidas. É inconcebível que não sejamos capazes de mobilizar US$ 1,3 trilhão em financiamento climático, enquanto o dobro desse montante é consumido por despesas militares. Fortalecer a capacidade de prevenção e resposta a desastres é uma questão de vida ou morte. Sistemas de alerta precoce não bastam. O sistema vai colocar às provas nossas pontes, rodovias, edifícios e linha de transmissão. vai exigir forma mais eficiente de gerir a água, cultivar alimentos e produzir energia. Vai obrigar milhares de pessoas e de negócios a buscarem áreas mais seguras para viver e empreender. Os princípios voluntários para investir em redução de risco e de desastres, aprovados sob a liderança sul-africana do G20, enfatizam a necessidade de financiamento de longo prazo. Construir resiliência não é gasto, é investimento. Para cada dólar investido em adaptação, ganha-se 4 dólares em prejuízos evitados e outros benefícios sociais e econômicos. Mas um mundo resiliente não se faz apenas com infraestrutura. Quando alguém é atingido por um evento extremo, são as políticas públicas do Estado que ajudam a se reerguer. Contudo, cerca da metade da população mundial não conta com proteção social. Quase 700 milhões de pessoas ainda sofrem com a fome. Vai contra nosso sentido mais elementar de justiça permitir que as maiores vítimas da crise climática sejam aquelas que menos contribuíram para causá-la. O Brasil lançou na COP30 a Declaração de Belém sobre fome, pobreza e ação climática, centrada nas pessoas. Nela, reforçamos 3 compromissos: fortalecer a proteção social, apoiar pequenos produtores e garantir alternativas de vida sustentáveis para comunidades que vivem nas florestas. O G20 pode proteger cadeias alimentares por meio de medidas como compras públicas e seguros rurais. Também pode remunerar quem preserva as florestas por meio do Fundo Florestas Tropicais para Sempre, lançado na COP30. Só haverá transição justa se o G20 liderar o caminho. Como nos ensinou Nelson Mandela, tudo parece impossível até que seja feito. A hora de fazer é agora. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, President Lula. I'd now like to ask His Excellency President João Manuel Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola and the Chairperson of the African Union, to take the floor.
Muito obrigado. Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul e Presidente do G20, Suas Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Excelências. A recuperação global após a pandemia da Covid-19 realçou a importância de um mundo resiliente. Contudo, o nosso planeta e as populações continuam a enfrentar efeitos e impactos catastróficos do aquecimento global. As alterações climáticas são uma realidade e têm vindo a afetar gravemente a segurança alimentar, ao perturbarem os sistemas alimentares, para além de gerarem conflitos e provocar deslocações de pessoas, agravando ainda mais a crise humanitária existente. O novo Programa Abrangente de Desenvolvimento Agrícola para a África, a Estratégia de Kampala e o Plano de Ação 2026-2035 focam-se na construção de sistemas agroalimentares resilientes e sustentáveis. O Programa Abrangente de Desenvolvimento Agrícola para a África, em particular com o Grupo de Trabalho do G20 para a Segurança Alimentar, criado pela Presidência Sul-Africana, em conjunto com as organizações internacionais relevantes, como a FAO e o PAM, continuará a apoiar a implementação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, lançada durante a presidência do G20 do Brasil. Aplaudimos as abordagens inspiradas na filosofia africana sobre segurança alimentar e nutrição. Enaltecemos a liderança da presidência sul-africana no avanço da Agenda Global de Segurança Alimentar e Nutricional através da criação deste grupo de trabalho
e propomos a sua continuidade no âmbito do nosso programa. Excelências, as transições para uma energia justa e verde requerem a estabilização sine qua non da situação de paz e segurança, particularmente em África, além do reforço da resiliência e do facto de que a resposta e preparação para desastres naturais deve permanecer no centro das nossas preocupações. Neste sentido, em alinhamento com a estratégia da União Africana sobre as alterações climáticas e desenvolvimento resiliente, saudamos os resultados da COP30, realizada recentemente em Belém do Pará, no Brasil, incluindo os respectivos mecanismos de financiamento verde e azul para regiões e países fortemente impactados pelas alterações climáticas. Considero que o G20 deve reafirmar o seu firme compromisso com a Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas e o Acordo de Paris, e mobilizar esforços para acelerar a plena implementação de todos os objetivos, metas e mecanismos acordados, especialmente no que respeita ao financiamento climático. Convictos da importância vital de investir nas transições energéticas, na tecnologia e nas infraestruturas, Angola, na qualidade de presidente da União Africana, assumiu a liderança na Congregação dos Parceiros de Desenvolvimento de África para a busca de soluções adequadas para o financiamento das infraestruturas continentais críticas. Agradeço o apoio dos líderes e países do G20, assim como das instituições internacionais que se associaram a nós nesta relevante missão. Excelências, esta cimeira do G20 reveste de um caráter fundamental para a renovação e o reforço dos nossos compromissos coletivos multilaterais em prol do avanço de um desenvolvimento global equitativo. Para este efeito, o continente africano contribuirá de forma ativa por intermédio da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana, um dos maiores mercados econômicos integrados do mundo. Em paralelo e tendo em conta a abundância de recursos naturais críticos e estratégicos de que dispõe, as vastas reservas de biodiversidade e o seu potencial demográfico, a África terá um papel incontornável nos contributos que prestará para impulsionar a transição verde à escala global. Concretizaremos este objetivo com o envolvimento de todos nós. Muito obrigado pela atenção prestada.
Thank you, President Lorenzo. We will start to pick up pace, as I will ask the interventions to stick to the time allocated. I now ask His Excellency Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, to take the floor.
Well, thank you very much, President Ramaphosa. Each and every one of our nations is home to unique natural treasures, and all of our citizens are living with the environmental reality of climate change. Australians have always known drought, floods and bushfires, but they're more intense and they're more frequent. And as we meet here today, there is a cyclone has hit Darwin with devastating impact on that community in Australia's north. The truth is that climate change carries a human toll for communities battling natural disasters and for those who depend upon the land for their livelihood. It has a devastating impact on our economies. So the argument that somehow you can take action on climate change or support economic growth is a false one. We need to deal with the challenge of climate change in order to ensure that our economies can grow. It is critical that we embrace clean energy, and this represents a generational economic opportunity. The G20 enables us to bring global ambition and global cooperation to this task. And the vital message that we must send to the world is that action on climate change is not a matter of asking any nation to forego the jobs, prosperity or security that its people deserve. It's about working with every nation to power the next generation of economic growth while protecting the environment for generations to come. Next year, we will assist Turkey in hosting the COP meeting in Antalya. And we will work constructively to ensure that there are positive outcomes. South Africa's prioritisation of disaster resilience during your G20 presidency reflects the pressing need for collective action. And Australia is proud to be matching our words with actions. At the UN in September, I announced our new 2035 emissions reduction target of 62 to 70% by then. Our target is ambitious, but importantly, it is achievable. It provides the certainty for new national and global investment in jobs and industries of clean energy. At home, Australia is investing in our Disaster Ready Fund to support communities devastated by these natural disasters. In our region, we're supporting the Pacific family to respond to natural disasters and prepare for them with our Australian Humanitarian Partnerships $100 million Disaster Ready program. And we've put in an additional $100 million into the Pacific Resilience Facility that will be so important going forward. We're also investing in climate-smart agricultural practices. And here on the African continent, the Africa-Australia Partnership for Climate Responsive Agriculture aims to guard against food shortages. Colleagues, none of our nations are immune from the environmental challenges of climate change. All of our citizens can benefit from the opportunities of clean energy. As a forum and as leaders, we have a responsibility to our children and grandchildren and the generations to come to make sure that we choose to do the right thing, not choose between protecting our environment or securing our prosperity. We can do both, and indeed we must do both, because each depends on the other.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for sticking to your time. I now want to ask His Excellency, Prime Minister of Canada, Dr. Mark Joseph Carney, to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to follow the Australian example. Let me start. This session is on resilience, and I want to join others who pointed out in the first session the fragility of armed conflict, condemning the Russia's illegal, unjustified, and barbaric invasion of Ukraine, the appalling conflict in Sudan, and our support for all efforts that can lead to just and lasting peace. Now let me speak to climate change. It's been over a decade that we've realized that past is not prologue with respect to climate change. In other words, the tail risks of yesterday become the central scenarios of today. Tipping points are now being realized. And I want to give an example. 2 years ago, the forest fires in Canada alone made Canada the 4th largest emitter of carbon in the world. We have the example of the Darwin cyclone. Last year, or this year, forest fire damage forests bigger than Sierra Leone, to give orders of magnitude. So we need action on all levels: mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. International collaboration is crucial. I want to thank our hosts, South Africa, Mexico, and others who sent firefighters to Canada to help fight the fires. Coordination through early warning systems. The wildfire satellite system that we're putting in place as part of the G7 global public good, the work of the G20 in disaster risk reduction. Nature-based solutions. We're working towards our 30-30 commitment under the Montreal Kunming Protocol. I want to support the tropical forest financing facility of Brazil's COP, as well as the broader effort, and congratulate them on that. In terms of our own mitigation, I'll just frame it as follows. We view addressing climate change as a moral duty, but also a commercial imperative, as Prime Minister Albanese just intimated. So our strategy on reducing emissions is a climate competitiveness strategy because it will make our businesses stronger.
I referenced in my earlier comments blended finance. I'll just reinforce those, the importance of those efforts, including through the World Bank and beyond. But I want to highlight a few other issues before my time is up. First, the importance of high-integrity, standardized carbon markets that have the potential to shift capital flows to those most affected by climate change, including being integrated with JETPs, such as the JETP here, changing the incentives and the financial calculations to decarbonize. I'd suggest that we can catalyze enormous private sector demand for these credits by committing AI data center development to be carbon neutral. We need a price on carbon. I salute my neighbor, the European Union, in pricing carbon and putting in place a CBAM. I'm going to conclude by drawing attention to the situation of one of the members around this table, and I hope Prime Minister Holness of Jamaica will allow me. The economic cost of Hurricane Melissa is about 40% of Jamaica's GDP. Now, through remarkable discipline, Jamaica had reduced their debt to GDP by over 50 percentage points in recent years. That is all gone with the explosive hurricane. This demonstrates the importance of investing in resilience in advance, the importance of catastrophic risk insurance, and the reality of what climate change is doing to our countries. I salute the ambition of the G20 presidency, Turkey for hosting COP alongside Australia next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The challenge that Jamaica faced is a really sad story, and putting the figures that you have, Prime Minister Carney, just makes the case much more a devastating one. Your Excellencies, I am receiving requests for countries who want to forgo their right to speak. That is very welcome, because that shortens our list so that we can finish in time to go and have the time to have the dinner that has been prepared. So if any country is moved to follow the same example as the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who have forgone their right to speak, please do indicate so that we do not have to call you up. My next speaker who will be making an intervention is His Excellency, the Premier of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Li Qiang. Please take the floor.
谢谢拉马福萨总统，各位同事，当前气候变、能源、粮食等多种挑战叠加，尤其需要国际社会以团结凝聚力量，靠协作破解难题。G20应当发扬伙伴精神，展现更加积极的政治意愿，推动更为广泛的国际合作，共同应对挑战，合力推进发展。第一，加强生态环保合作，提升发展韧性。气候和生态问题关系全人类的长远发展。这些年，全球极端天气等事件频发，实施巴黎协定目标时间紧迫，任重道远。G20应当秉持科学精神，坚持共同但有区别的责任原则，体现担当，抓紧行动。中国已经宣布新一轮国家自主贡献的目标，我愿意同各方加强昆明、蒙特利尔全球生物多样性框架的之内的合作，推动第30届联合国气变大会成果加快落地。第二，加强绿色能源合作，推进公正转型，太阳能、风能等新能源天然具有普惠公平的特点，推动能源体系绿色转型，不仅为人类发展提供强劲动能，也将更好地保障各国平等发展的权利。G20应当推动全球绿色产业合作，保持 产业链、供应链的稳定畅通，促进相关技术、产品等自由流通应用。中国已经建成全球最大的可再生能源体系，我们同100多个国家和地区开展了绿色能源合作。过去5年，向世界提供的风电、光伏产品，累计为其他国家减少约41亿吨的碳排放。中方愿意继续以自身所能为各国能源转型提供支持。第三，加强粮食安全合作，保障稳定供应。现在全球仍然有7亿多人面临饥饿的威胁，必须采取切实行动，为他们提供必要的帮助。G20应当推动优化全球粮食流通供给，构建大宗商品合作伙伴关系，建设开放、稳定、可持续的全球粮食市场，强化对粮食短缺国家的供应保障。同时，我们要用好 G20 农业部长会等相关平台，加强农业科技合作，提升粮食生产能力。中方也愿意同各国一起推动落实国际粮食安全合作倡议，为抗击饥饿与贫困做出新的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Premier Lee. I now ask His Excellency Antonio da Costa, the President of the European Council, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Natural and man-made disasters are happening more and more often. They are increasing in intensity and having devastating consequences worldwide. The threat to our communities, our environment, and our prosperity is very real. Take the case of wildfires. In 2025 alone, the equivalent of 1/3 of land size of Argentina has burned down. The European Union strongly supports the approach, priorities, and efforts of the South African presidency of G20 on disaster risk reduction, the ex-post approach. But in this session, I choose to talk about root causes. Yes, climate change is real, and together with biodiversity loss and pollution, it can still be stopped. Despite progress, global pledges to cut emissions are not sufficient to limit the rise of temperatures to 1.5 degrees warming. The European Union is a global leader in this effort, and we are staying the course, fully committed to the Paris Agreement. A couple of weeks ago, we committed to an ambitious intermediate goal of reducing emissions by 90% by 2040. The European Union will remain a trusted partner in supporting the countries most exposed to climate change. Last year, the European Union provided 31.7 billion euros from public sources, and we mobilized 11 billion euros of private finance to support developing countries to reduce emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. As Union of Values, we will continue to support this agenda. But we cannot do this alone, and we invite all G20 members to join us in taking bold collective action to secure a sustainable future for all.
Thank you, thank you. I now ask Her Excellency Dr. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Cyril. This time I want to speak about the same topic like my friend Antonio Costa, climate change, but here focus on energy transitions. And it is a message of hope and opportunity that I want to bring to this G20 summit. It's a message about clean energy technologies and clean energy transitions. Not only do they meet our urgent need to tackle climate change, they do much more than that. Clean energy transitions are cost competitive as never before. They create jobs at home. They open new ways to bring modern energy to the many million that remain without access. And they are a natural fit for many developing economies. The International Energy Agency says that 80% of energy consumption growth over the next decade occurs in regions with high-quality solar resources. And it's not only about solar. There are huge opportunities in Africa and beyond for other technologies, for wind, for geothermal, for hydropower, for new low-emission fuels, and of course for the investments in grids, storage, and other infrastructure that tie the energy system together. So this can be the growth story of the 21st century. And therefore, I would like to assure you of two things. First, I want to assure you of Europe's commitment to lead by example. We are firmly on track to meet our own 2030 target. We have an ambitious NDC for 2035, and we have the goal to be climate neutral by 2050, so Europe is staying the course. Second, I want to assure you of Europe's commitment to partner with developing economies, to mobilize investments in clean energy around the world. And here let me give you 4 figures that are telling. Of the 2 trillion invested globally in clean energy last year, only 2% was in Africa, while Africa has 600 million people who have no access to electricity, and it is the continent with 60% of the world's best solar potential. So this cannot be. We must change this imbalance. And that is at the core of Europe's Global Gateway Initiative. These are 150 billion euros investment program for Africa, of which 25% goes into grids and into interconnectors. And that is also why, together with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, my friend, we launched the campaign called Scaling Up Renewables for Africa. Yesterday we had a big pledging event. We're working with governments and the private sector, and thank you to many, many of you around the table who contributed to the pledging event. We reached 15.5 billion euros pledges for investment in renewables in Africa. A big success, and many thanks again for that. Thank you.
Thank you for passing on that message, Ursula. I now would like to call upon His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, the President of the French Republic.
So it's only me, Mr. President. I'm the finance minister. I'm going to give the introduction in the name of President Macron, who just is at a meeting now. Thank you. Je remercie l'Afrique du Sud d'avoir mis à l'agenda la question de la résilience de ce monde que nous avons en commun. Nous avons ce matin parlé de nos économies, mais nous ne devons pas oublier nos biens communs. Les défis et les dangers qui menacent notre planète ne peuvent être traités que collectivement, ensemble. Les effets du changement climatique, la dégradation de l'environnement, les pollutions, la perte de biodiversité, la multiplication des catastrophes climatiques et l'impact de ces facteurs sur les systèmes alimentaires sont interconnectés avec des conséquences claires sur nos économies et nos sociétés quand le développement et la croissance sont des facteurs de paix. Nous avons tous à perdre à choisir l'affrontement ou le repli sur soi plutôt que la coopération. Refuser de s'attaquer au changement climatique, de bâtir un monde capable de résister aux catastrophes naturelles, de travailler à des systèmes alimentaires performants
ou de coopérer en matière de santé, c'est nous fragiliser collectivement. Je me félicite donc de l'adoption par nos ministres de principes de haut niveau sur le financement de la réduction des risques de catastrophes qui soulignent notre volonté commune d'agir plus tôt et de reconstruire de manière plus durable. À l'image des catastrophes naturelles de plus en plus nombreuses à cause du changement climatique, les pandémies ne connaissent pas de frontières. Je me réjouis donc de l'accord mondial sur la prévention, la préparation et la riposte face aux pandémies. Cette adoption représente une victoire claire pour le multilatéralisme. C'est une avancée majeure pour notre sécurité sanitaire qui consacre pour la première fois dans le droit international l'approche une seule santé, One Health. Cette approche, elle doit être notre boussole pour promouvoir l'inclusion systématique des enjeux de santé animale et de santé de nos écosystèmes pour élaborer des politiques publiques vertueuses. L'engagement de la France se traduit par le One Health Summit que nous accueillerons à Lyon le 7 avril prochain. Ce sommet doit parvenir à des engagements ambitieux, des solutions innovantes et des initiatives concrètes pour répondre de façon durable aux problèmes prioritaires touchant la santé quotidienne de nos populations. La santé ne peut en effet plus se penser sans la sécurité alimentaire ni une alimentation saine, car l'obésité est en train de devenir une pandémie. Rien n'est possible sans accès à l'alimentation, ni l'éducation, essentielle pour une croissance économique durable, ni la paix, ni même le progrès démocratique. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous restons pleinement engagés, à l'instar de notre coprésidence de la Coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire du Programme alimentaire mondial et de l'accueil du sommet Nutrition for Growth, qui a confirmé la forte mobilisation politique sur ces enjeux avec des engagements financiers à hauteur de 30 milliards de dollars. Et c'est pour ça également que cette question sera au cœur du sommet Africa Forward, organisé par notre partenaire kényan en mai 2026 à Nairobi. Cher Président Ramaphosa, chers collègues, la France continuera à porter ce multilatéralisme fondé sur la science de Johannesburg à Lyon, en passant par Nairobi, pour qu'ensemble nous puissions faire face aux nombreux défis environnementaux et sanitaires à venir.
Thank you. I now want to give the opportunity to His Excellency Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Thanks, you, Chair. Unfortunately, the Chancellor's in a meeting, and also the Finance Minister of Germany is speaking. And thank you, President Ramaphosa, first of all, for putting resilience on the top of our agenda. 2025 has tested our resilience and global stability. There is war and conflict, and communities have been tested by the increasing impact of climate change. Wildfires and floods destroying homes in many of our countries. And heat waves threaten our health, food and water supplies, and energy security. It's a heavy burden both for our economies and societies, and even more in so fragile regions and the most vulnerable countries. This is why we need to act. Our actions need to make our world more resilient by unlocking growth and protecting the climate at the same time. We should create the right conditions to create more business cases for action. Protecting the climate and creating business opportunities can and must go hand in hand. To make this happen, we need to use all technologies available. And we need to give space for new technologies to emerge. With the right market framework, new technologies can become the most attractive option for providers and for consumers. Energy transition works best when businesses and end users benefit. For example, in the first half of this year, more than a third of global electricity was produced by renewables. Germany supports the transition towards secure, affordable, and clean energy at home and abroad. In this regard, I want to highlight our Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa. In this partnership, we exchange skills and technology. Over the last years, South Africa has emerged as a global leader in clean hydrogen. leveraging its huge energy potential and mineral resources. This can benefit countries that are energy importers, and it helps build overall resilience. We are happy to further continue on this energy trajectory with other African countries. Germany is also supporting the initiatives scaling up renewables in Africa, launched by the EU and South Africa with more than 2 billion euros. Beyond creating the right framework, our cooperation is the key sector, with the private sector is key. This is the second lever. If we want to increase our resilience, we need to mobilize the flow of private capital. There are still too many structural barriers politically and economically. This discourages private investments globally, but in particular in Africa. This is why Chancellor Friedrich Merz and also President Ramaphosa just kicked off the initiative's Compact with Africa 2.0. By pushing reforms, members of the Compact help their businesses to attract private investment in the energy sector, but also beyond. And with G20 partners, we launched the scaled initiatives last year. We are working together with leading insurance companies on blended finance to allow the private sector to invest in an easier and more efficient way. We should take these kinds of initiatives forward. Let us work together to leverage innovation and investment for a resilient world, just as we set out when we founded the G20 back in 2008. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We welcome that. I now want to call Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we all know no one can tackle alone global challenges as climate change and the vulnerability of food systems. As members of the G20, we have a shared responsibility to find a way forward but we also know that way forward must be based on common sense. In my opinion, we must abandon once and for all the ideological dogmatism that is causing more harm than good. In Europe, for example, choices have been made in the past that have brought entire productive sector to their knees without producing any real benefit in terms of global emissions. And in Africa, dogmatic approaches imposed by foreign partners that do not take into account the specificities of African nations paradoxically risk reinforcing all patterns of dependency. This is a losing strategy. So a pragmatic balance must be found between the need to limit emissions and the risk of compromising the most advanced productive systems and preventing the weaker ones from establishing themselves. In our opinion, the challenge is to affirm the principle of technological neutrality, because there is no single solution capable of quickly building a solid alternative to fossil fuel supplies, but also because this spurs research, innovation, and virtuous competition. The energy mix must be balanced and must combine all available technologies: renewable gas, hydrogen, biofuels, CO2 capture systems, as well as research into nuclear fusion, which would change history by producing clean, safe, and unlimited energy. This is the approach that inspires Italy and to which we contribute with industrial expertise, technological capabilities, new financial instruments, and cooperation with other nations. For example, we've launched investments in Africa worth a total of almost 2.5 billion euros, financing projects ranging from the construction of large renewable energy plants to innovative solutions for production and storage. And also on food systems, Italy continues to do its part. We co-organized the last United Nations Summit on Food Systems with Ethiopia. We are making our agri-food know-how available to our African partners, and we are building public-private partnerships with them that guarantee concrete results. We are successfully working on this, for example, in Algeria, where we are working together to reclaim over 36,000 hectares of desert to produce up to 45,000 tons more cereals and legumes per year, generating benefits for over 600,000 people. And we are now replying this experiment in Senegal, Ghana, and Congo, and aim to involve other nations on the continent. But I want to be clear while closing my remarks. Our goal is not to create dependency. Our goal is to support self-sufficiency, because we believe in dignity of people, we believe in the freedom of nations, and we believe in the strength of genuine partnerships. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, my sister, Giorgio Meloni. I now ask His Excellency, President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Jae-myung, to take the floor. Okay, I'm sure he's in a bilateral somewhere. I then ask His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to take the floor. There are lots of bilaterals taking place at this time, and now I move on to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi. Excellency Erdogan is there. My apologies. We'll get...
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli delegeler, sabahki oturumumuzda ifade olunduğu üzere doğal salgınlar, iklim değişikliği ve afetler gibi yeni sınamalarla karşı karşıya kalıyoruz. 6 Şubat 2023'te yaşadığımız ve asrın felaketi olarak isimlendirdiğimiz yıkıcı depremlerin ardından dünyanın en büyük inşa operasyonunu yürütüyoruz. Bu çerçevede 350.000. konut ve iş yerinin teslimini geçtiğimiz günlerde gerçekleştirdik. Geriye kalan 100.000 ünitenin tamamlanmasıyla 4 yıldan kısa bir süre içinde dünyanın en büyük inşa faaliyetlerinden birini tamamlamış olacağız. Bu süreçte sergilediğimiz dayanıklılık, Türkiye ekonomisinin nedenli sağlam temellere sahip olduğunu bir kez daha ortaya koymuştur. Diğer yandan iklim krizinin menfi etkilerinin en yoğun hissedildiği ülkeler arasındayız. 2025 yılında karşı karşıya kaldığımız zirai don ve ardından şiddetli kuraklık hem gıda fiyatlarında hem de enerji arzında büyük baskılar doğurdu. Yaşadığımız her acı tecrübe, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadeleye, sürdürülebilir kalkınmaya, gıda, su güvenliğini güçlendirmeye önem vermemiz gerektiğini gösteriyor. Geçtiğimiz aylarda kabul edilen iklim kanunumuz, 2053 yılında net sıfır emisyona ulaşma ve yeşil kalkınma hedefimizi gerçekleştirme noktasında önemli bir dönüm noktasını teşkil ediyor. Kanun kapsamında ayrıca temiz teknoloji yatırımlarının artırılması ve tüm sektörler için adil dönüşümün finansman olarak desteklenmesini amaçlıyoruz. 2035 yılına kadar güneş ve rüzgar enerjisi kapasitemizi mevcudun 4 katına çıkarmayı öngörüyoruz. Şimdiden bu yıl itibariyle toplam kurulu güç içerisinde yenilenebilir enerjinin payını %60'ın üzerine çıkarmış durumdayız. Ayrıca Birleşmiş Milletler'in desteğiyle küresel bir çevre hareketine dönen sıfır atık projesiyle birlikte çevresel konularda çalışmalarımızı güçlendiriyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği Çerçeve Sözleşmesi 31. Taraflar Konferansı'nı önümüzdeki sene Kasım ayında Türkiye'de düzenlemeyi planlıyoruz. Son dönemde çok taraflılığın kaybettiği zemin dikkate alındığında bu hususta Avustralya ile sağladığımız mutabakatı çok daha anlamlı buluyorum. Ayrıca Güney Afrika Dönem Başkanlığı'nın gıda güvenliği konusundaki çalışmalarını takdirle karşılıyoruz. G20 olarak gıda güvenliğini tesis etme noktasındaki çabalarımızı önümüzdeki dönemde artırmamızın çok isabetli olacağına gönülden inanıyorum. Tabii tüm bu gayretlerin ekonomik maliyeti çok yüksektir. Bilhassa gelişmekte olan ülkelerin ihtiyaçlarına cevap verecek bir finansman sisteminin hayata geçirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum. Değerli dostlarım, Amerikan Başkanı Sayın Trump'ın girişimleri ve önde gelen bölge ülkelerinin katkılarıyla Gazze'de sağlanan ateşkesin devamı sadece Filistin halkı için değil, tüm dünyanın huzuru için azami önemdedir. Birleşmiş Milletler verilerine göre İsrail'in Gazze'de yol açtığı yıkım, Filistin'in kalkınma çabalarını asgari 70 yıl geriye götürmüştür. Gazze'de maalesef sadece üst yapının değil, çevrenin de yıkımına şahit olduk. 70 bini aşkın çocuk, kadın ve masum yetişkinin kaybının ise ne telafisi ne de gelecek nesillerin dimağında açtığı yaranın silinmesi mümkündür. Gelinen aşamada Gazze'de hem insani yardım faaliyetlerinin hızlandırılması hem de yeniden inşa faaliyetlerine gecikmeksizin başlanması esas olmalıdır. Birleşmiş Milletler kuruluşlarının Gazze'de insani yardımların koordinasyonundaki rolünü vazgeçilmez görüyoruz. Öte yandan kış şartlarıyla birlikte bilhassa barınma sorununun giderilmesinde zemin aleyhimize işliyor. Biz sahadaki ateşkesin sürmesine ve Gazze'nin yeniden inşasına katkı sunmaya şimdiye kadar olduğu üzere Filistin halkının yanında durmaya kararlıyız, hazırız. Kalıcı barışın yegane yolu olan iki devletli çözüm için uluslararası toplum olarak çabalarımızı sürdürmemiz gerektiğini bir kez daha vurguluyor. Bu düşüncelerle sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. Thank you.
Thank you, President Erdogan. My apologies for ignoring you the first time. Now I ask the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Mr. Narendra Modi.
Excellencies, नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स मानवता के लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती बने हुए हैं। इस वर्ष भी प्राकृतिक आपदाओं ने दुनिया की बहुत बड़ी आबादी को प्रभावित किया है। इससे स्पष्ट है कि प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से निपटने के लिए ग्लोबल कोऑपरेशन को हमें और मजबूत करना होगा। इसी सोच के साथ भारत ने अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी के दौरान डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन वर्किंग ग्रुप की स्थापना की थी। इस महत्वपूर्ण एजेंडा को प्राथमिकता के साथ आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं साउथ अफ्रीका को बधाई देता हूं। फ्रेंड, डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस को लेकर हमारी अप्रोच रिस्पॉन्स सेंट्रिक से भी आगे डेवलपमेंट सेंट्रिक होनी चाहिए। कोalition फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की स्थापना के पीछे भारत की यही सोच थी। G20 देश CDRI के साथ मिलकर फाइनेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और स्किल डेवलपमेंट को मोबिलाइज कर सकते हैं। ये एक रेजिलिएंट फ्यूचर की गारंटी बन सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत का ये भी मानना है कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से पूरी मानवता को लाभ हो। इसलिए भारत G20 ओपन सैटेलाइट डेटा पार्टनरशिप का सुझाव सामने रख रहा है। इससे G20 देशों के स्पेस एजेंसियों का सैटेलाइट डेटा और एनालिसिस ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के लिए अधिक सुलभ, इंटरऑपरेबल और उपयोगी बनाया जा सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, ग्लोबल ग्रोथ के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी और क्लीन एनर्जी जरूरी है। ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। ये मानवता की साझी संपदा है। इसलिए भारत G20 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स सर्कुलेटरी इनिशिएटिव का प्रस्ताव रखता है। इसके तहत रिसाइकलिंग, अर्बन माइनिंग और सेकंड लाइफ बैटरी जैसे इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा दिया जा सकता है। सर्कुलेटरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो प्राइमरी माइनिंग पर निर्भरता कम रहेगी। इससे सप्लाई चेन पर भी दबाव कम होगा और नेचर के लिए भी ये अच्छा रहेगा। ये इनिशिएटिव ज्वाइंट रिसर्च टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैंडर्ड्स और ग्लोबल साउथ के पायलट रिसाइकलिंग फैसिलिटीज को सपोर्ट कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, नई दिल्ली G20 समिट के दौरान हमने संकल्प लिया था कि 2030 तक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को 3 गुना और एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी रेट को 2 गुना करेंगे। इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए विकसित देशों को अफोर्डेबल क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध कराने के लिए अपने कमिटमेंट्स को टाइम बाउंड तरीके से पूरा करना होगा। फ्रेंड्स, क्लाइमेट चेंज और अन्य चुनौतियों के कारण हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर और फूड सिक्योरिटी पर खतरा और गंभीर होता जा रहा है। कई देशों में किसानों के लिए फर्टिलाइजर्स, टेक्नोलॉजी, क्रेडिट, इंश्योरेंस और मार्केट एक्सेस की चुनौती बढ़ती जा रही है। भारत अपने स्तर पर इन चुनौतियों से निपटने का प्रयास कर रहा है। भारत में हम विश्व का सबसे बड़ा फूड सिक्योरिटी और न्यूट्रिशन सपोर्ट प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं। विश्व का सबसे बड़ा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम और सबसे बड़ी फसल बीमा योजना भी भारत चला रहा है। हम श्री अन्न यानी मिलेट्स पर बल दे रहे हैं, जो पोषण और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए सुपर फूड है। दिल्ली G20 के दौरान इन सभी विषयों पर हमने डेकन प्रिंसिपल्स पर सहमति बनाई थी। अब हमें इन प्रिंसिपल्स पर आगे बढ़ते हुए एक G20 रोड मैप बनाना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, रेजिलियंस कैन नॉट बिल्ड इन साइलोस। G20 को ऐसी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजी को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए जो न्यूट्रिशन, पब्लिक हेल्थ, सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर और डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस को जोड़कर एक मजबूत वैश्विक सुरक्षा बनाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. I now ask Mr. Masanao Ozaki from the Republic of Japan to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Chairman. 日本は課題先進国としての知見や経験を生かし、これまで災害、感染症、気候変動といった地球規模課題の解決に向け、各国の要望に基づいた取り組みを有言実行で実施してまいりました。第一に防災について、世界各地では自然災害が激甚化頻発化しており、持続的で強靭な社会の構築には災害対策が待ったなしであります。災害リスクの理解、防災投資、対応、とりわけ災害リスク削減のためのインフラ強靭化が重要であります。自然災害の多い日本は、世界一の防災大国を目指しています。日本はその知恵と技術を共有し、仙台防災枠組みの実施など、国際協力を主導してきました。アフリカやアジアでは、テクノロジーも活用し、干ばつ対策、サイクロンシェルター整備、気象予報にかかる能力構築支援といったハード・ソフト両面の協力を行っています。 また、自然災害は被災国、特に低所得国や島諸国の財政にも悪影響を及ぼし、迅速な復旧を妨げるため、日本は各地の災害リスクファイナンスの整備支援も主導しています。第2に、気候変動について、世界の気温上昇を工業化以前から 1.5 度以内に抑えるには、先進国のみならず、主要排出国をはじめ、国際社会が団結して取り組むことが必要であります。日本は引き続き、国内外の気候変動対策に取り組んでいきます。第3に、海洋の環境問題について、日本は G-20 大阪サミットで、大阪ブルーオーシャンビジョンを提唱し、各国のプラスチック汚染対策を支援しています。プラスチック条約について、日本は多くの国が参加する実効的な条約の早期策定に向け、関係国の橋渡しを行っていきます。第4に、国際保険について、ワクチン支援を含む新型コロナ対応は、G20 等の効果的な協力の代表例であります。国際保険は、国際社会全体の経済、社会、安全保障上の重要な課題であり、日本はユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成に向け、来月には UHC ハイレベルフォーラムを東京で開催し、世界銀行、WHO のナレッジハブでの人材育成を含め、国際保険を力強く推進します。第5に、エネルギー移行について、安価で安定的なエネルギー供給やエネルギー安全保障の確保は極めて重要です。日本はアジアゼロエミッション共同体、AZEC など、脱炭素化、経済成長、エネルギー安全保障を同時に実現し、多様な道筋の下でネットゼロを目指す取り組みを力強く推進していきます。最後に食料安全保障について、強靭で持続可能な農業・食料システムを構築するために、日本は各地域の実情に応じた生産力の強化に向けた支援を行ってまいります。日本は引き続き、各国と知見と経験を共有し、相手国の主体性を尊重した実用的な支援を行ってまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you. I'd now like to call His Excellency Mr. Gibrian Raka Buming Raka, the Vice President of Indonesia.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, leaders of G20 countries, in many parts of the world, crises are intensifying. Global solidarity and decisive leadership are needed to address them. Indonesia commends South Africa's leadership in advancing energy, water, and food security. For Indonesia, food security is not just an economic agenda, but a fundamental necessity for our people. For that reason, the President of Indonesia is focusing on the food security and free nutritious meals for 80 million students and pregnant women as strategic investment. That promotes the use of local products, empowering farmers and livestock breeders while expanding economic activity in many areas. On the other hand, as an island nation located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, Indonesia faces more than 3,000 disasters every year, from earthquakes, floods, to volcanic eruption. For Indonesia, resilience is not a slogan, it is a daily reality. Drawing from these experiences, Indonesia promotes the concept of sustainable resilience, a framework in which human development, economic growth, and environmental protection can advance in harmony. Excellencies, today's disasters are not only natural, many are the results of human action. We see this in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and the Sahel, and many other regions, where conflicts reduce homes to rubble, deprive people of hopes and livelihood. These tragedies remind us to put humanity at the heart of global governance. The world must not allow and normalize preventable human suffering from becoming the new normal. As a forum representing 85% of the world's GDP, the G20 carries a moral duty to lead by example, ensuring that growth and resilience become two sides of the same coin, driving hope, prosperity, and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now want to call the President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Jae-myung.
네, 의장님 감사합니다. 근본 세션의 주제는 각각 다른 주제 같지만 상호 연결된 하나의 체계적 위험 요인입니다. 유엔 재해위험 경감국이 지적하는 것처럼 여러 분야에서 연쇄적으로 나타나는 복합 위기입니다. 그러나 우리가 충격을 적절히 흡수하고 복원력을 강화하면 새로운 기회가 창출되고 또 새로운 성장 기반이 마련될 것입니다. 이를 위해서 먼저 국제사회는 기후위기 대응 노력을 지속해서 강화해야 합니다. 대한민국은 국제사회의 노력에 동참하기 위해서 2035년 온실가스 감축 목표와 중장기 기후 탄력적 발전 경로를 확정했습니다. 우리 정부는 기후변화 대응을 위한 국제사회의 여정에 책임 있는 일원으로서 함께할 것입니다. 둘째로, 재난위험 대응은 예방 중심, 복원력 중심으로 재편되어야 합니다. 올해 G20 재난위험 경감 강요회의가 다중재난 조기 경보 체계를 도입한 것은 매우 적절합니다. 대한민국 역시 누구나 소외되지 않고 재난 위협으로부터 안전한 미래를 만들기 위해서 노력하고 있고, 아시아 태평양 국가들에게 홍수 조기 경보 체계 구축 등 재난 위험 저감 사업을 지원하고 있습니다. 대한민국은 G20 회원국 여러분과 함께 재난 대응 복원력 강화를 위한 노력에 적극 동참할 것입니다. 셋째, 에너지 전환 과정에서 복원력 높은 인프라 시스템에 적극 투자해야 합니다. 대한민국은 기후위기 대응과 녹색 산업 성장을 위해서 재생에너지를 기반으로 에너지 고속도로를 추진 중입니다. 해상풍력 클러스터와 분산형 전력망 구축을 확대하고 국민 모두에게 혜택을 주는 햇빛소득, 바람소득 공유 모델도 확산시켜 나가고 있습니다. 마지막으로 글로벌 식량 체제 복원력 강화를 위해서 국제사회가 연대와 협력을 지속해야 합니다. 한국은 유엔 세계 식량 계획과 식량 원조 사업을 17개국으로 확대하고 아프리카 14개국의 K 라이스벨트 사업을 추진해 왔습니다. 앞으로도 국제사회의 연대와 협력 강화에 앞장설 것입니다. 존경하는 동료 여러분, 아프리카 속담처럼 비는 한 지붕에만 내리지는 않습니다. G20는 2008년 금융위기, 2020년 팬데믹 위기에 세계 경제 회복을 이끌어냈습니다. 기후, 재난, 에너지, 식량의 복합 위기 또한 그때와 같은 책임감 있는 연대를 필요로 합니다. 한 국가의 회복력은 전 세계의 회복력으로 이어집니다. 위험을 사전에 낮추고 충격에 흔들리지 않으며 더 나은 상태로 회복할 수 있는 글로벌 체계를 함께 구축하는 데 대한민국이 앞장서서 기여하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you. I now call upon His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Mr. Maxim Oreshkin.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. I will start with reminding a personal story of Bill Gates, the renowned Microsoft co-founder. He was an early and outspoken advocate for the urgency of climate change, investing billions in clean energy solutions. Recently, he softened his stance, emphasizing human welfare and balanced policy over alarmist views, where funding for health and development plays the leading role. It happens sometimes that the positions of key figures can change, and the country policy also can change amid evolving conditions and priorities. However, tactics should not dominate the strategy. We stand for long-term and balanced development, aiming at sustainable progress that benefits all equitably. Global climate policy should be reasonable, not dogmatized. It should be focused on ensuring access to technologies and finance. It should also be cost-effective. Energy transitions should be both clean and affordable. Zero and low-emission technologies, including natural gas, nuclear, and hydropower, play a pivotal role in energy transitions, especially here in Africa, where 500 million of people do not have access to electricity. Technologically neutral approach is needed to advance decarbonization without compromising economic growth and SDG 7, access to energy for all. CO2 removal solutions, natural sinks, are not less effective than mitigation, while most affordable and also scalable. Energy policies must ensure energy security and be aligned with structural shifts in global energy demand. The expansion of digital economy, including AI, blockchain, big data, is driving electricity demand comparable to heavy industry. We need to develop new generation capacities located near resource bases and consumers. Food systems, energy, climate change, and disaster resilience are integral parts of one global resilience platform. Global South and Global East play a crucial role in providing food and energy to the world due to their vast agricultural resources and abundant natural reserves, thus contributing to food and energy security. What is also needed for global food security is fair competition and open trade. Well-functioning markets are a key factor to eliminate hunger worldwide. Just to mention that despite illegitimate sanctions, Russia is among the world's major exporters of food and fertilizers, and about 97% of our supplies go to developing nations, of which more than 40% go to low-income countries. Even amidst the background of sanctions that indirectly affect even food supplies, Russia fulfills its mission of contributing to global food security. As for the G20's mission, it is not only to respond to shocks, but to design a future architecture that is balanced and shock resilient. So, global resilience today must go beyond crisis response. It also has to be platform-based. Climate change, disaster risk reduction, and energy transitions are intertwined and should be addressed collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you indeed. I now wish to call upon Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, Pablo Quirno Magrain.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa, for placing these critical issues not only for the stability of our economies, but also for the well-being of our populations, particularly the most vulnerable. During periods of catastrophes and crisis, the solidarity of nations is most evident. History has shown that despite diverse worldviews, the G20 has served as a platform for cooperation in the most challenging moments of recent history, successfully reaching consensus and coordinating actions and tasks collectively. Disaster prevention cannot be limited to statements. It requires concrete action and effective collaboration with the most vulnerable nations. It is essential to provide technology, materials, expertise, and skilled personnel to develop safe infrastructure and mitigate damage. An efficient approach is to share resources when and where they are needed, coordinating among countries in a practical, bureaucracy-free manner. Disasters tend to occur in predictable seasons and regions. Therefore, international agreements must move from words to clear commitments with specified contributions and shared responsibility, ensuring that solidarity goes beyond good intentions. Allow me to move on to my next point. Food security must be addressed through mechanisms that do not reduce global food production and investment. Argentina is a major food producer, and under market conditions, free from distortions caused by domestic and international policies, it could double and diversify its production. Many countries have implemented domestic policies aimed at lowering consumer prices, which have led to stagnation or declines in production. This effect is not only caused by domestic public policies, but also by international ones. Food markets are competitive, meaning there is a good balance between quality and price. Distorting them through subsidies or prohibitions only harms those who need food the most, because higher production would correspond to lower prices. For this reason, Argentina fights against market distortions, against barriers to food trade, and against subsidies that distort competition. That is why we promote long-term contracts to supply countries that regularly import food, as well as strategic partnerships that ensure food security. Hunger is addressed by increasing food production, not by reducing it through measures that only stagnate it. We're here to cooperate by producing, integrating stable value chains, and selling at highly competitive prices and quality for the benefit of consumers around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. My last speaker on the G20 member side is Her Excellency, Minister of Finance and Public Credit, United Mexican States, Edgar Amador Zamora.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We gather today not only as representatives of our nations, but as partners in the pursuit of a resilient and sustainable world. As we reflect on the challenges that we have faced, be it the global pandemic, extreme weather events linked to climate change, or market financial volatility, we must recognize the pivotal role that the G20 plays in fostering collaboration and resilience among our nations. Together, we have the power to shape a future that prioritizes the well-being of our people and our planet. Investing in disaster risk reduction protects development gains, reduces vulnerabilities, strengthens adaptation to climate change, and promotes economic and social stability. Disaster risk reduction is at the heart of development, advancing the 2030 agenda and safeguarding its achievements. Mexico welcomes South Africa's leadership and vision in this area so that the G20 can contribute significantly to positioning resilience as a global public good and as an indispensable condition for sustainable development. The G20 provides a forum for dialogue that highlights the importance of integrating disaster risk reduction into development planning, public investment, and international cooperation. Discussion within the group reflects a growing consensus. There will be no sustainable development or effective adaptation to climate change without proper management of present and future risks. Mexico particularly values the G20's promotion of common approaches on issues such as early warning systems, resilient infrastructure, and resilient financing. Those efforts contribute to strengthening the global coherence that must be fostered among the development, climate, and risk agendas. Following the recent COP30 in Belém do Pará, Brazil, the G20 had the opportunity to reaffirm its collective commitment at the highest political level to the goals of the Paris Agreement and to strengthen a more ambitious and equitable global response to the climate crisis. The G20 must send a message of unity and ambition, reaffirming the group's leadership in achieving a fair and sustainable global transition that leaves no one behind. Mexico has consistently played an active and constructive role in international climate negotiations, working to build bridges, promote consensus, and uphold key principles such as equity, intergenerational justice, and the centrality of human rights in climate action. The just energy transition is not merely a goal, it is a moral imperative that requires our collective commitment and action. The Mexican people have faced prolonged droughts, intensified hurricanes, disrupted rains, and biodiversity losses. Through our updated nationally determined contribution, Mexico will strengthen its renewable energy and sustainable transport goals, expand nature-based solutions such as the restoration of forests, mangroves, and coastal systems, prioritize community-centered adaptation, and include security as an across-the-board issue linked to climate action. We believe that a just energy transition should encompass the following 4 key principles: inclusion, job creation and skills development, investment in clean technologies, and support for communities. To advance towards sustainable and resilient food system, Mexico has implemented technical support actions through farmer field schools to increase production with an agroecological approach. We also established new seed banks dedicated to the preservation of traditional food systems, which contributed to the selection, conservation, and safeguarding of native corn varieties. Finally, the efficient use of water in food production is a strategic issue. Therefore, we implemented the National Irrigation Technology Program, which includes training and technological assistance to producers to recover volumes for other uses. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. We've now concluded the interventions by G20 members. We now have guest countries that have chosen to make interventions. As we have run out of time, we propose that we allow interventions right up till 6:45. And beyond 6:45, those who have not spoken will then be given the opportunity into the 3rd session tomorrow. We anticipate that we should be able to finish in time tomorrow. So if by 6:45 we have not given you the opportunity to speak, there will be ample opportunity for you to make your intervention tomorrow. We say this as we have some 500 guests who are coming in for the dinner, which we are all invited to, and we should not keep them waiting too long. But besides, we've been at this since 10 o'clock this morning, if not earlier, and I am told that it's always best to get time to rest and to have something to eat. This I get from my wife, who is a doctor, and I am a doctor by marriage. So this is the advice that I have received through my marriage. So I now want to call upon Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and the guest country speakers have 3 minutes each.
Thank you. To address disaster risk, the African continent has renewed commitment by adopting the Windhoek Declaration on advancing the program of action for the implementation of this DAI framework for disaster risk reduction 2025-2030. As the cost of disaster increase and international assistance decline, more and urgent concrete action are needed in the next 5 years to sustain progress towards achieving the expected outcome of the goals of this DAI framework by 2030. Our work on disaster risk reduction, climate change, and food security must be transformative. It also requires partnership built on accessible finance and fair technology transfer. Namibia is undertaking broad measures to transform our food system and reduce our dependence on import. Our focus is to reduce agricultural imports, strengthen domestic production, and build climate-resilient agriculture infrastructure with a strong focus on irrigation, water harvesting, storage, and rural value chain. We are also modernizing our livestock sector, which remains the backbone of rural livelihood. On climate financing, Namibia will need 15 billion to meet her climate goals, with 90% of adaptation cost relies on international support, hence the need to scale up climate financing. Namibia is creating a formal and attractive framework for investment and technological transfer in renewable energy, including green energy value chain. Our goal is to build a full investable ecosystem while calling for a just transformation to allow development countries to space to develop under the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. We therefore